beautiful gemstones. Welcome to Friday night's live intuitive oracle with myself and Ghostdragonzw. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Lots to talk about tonight, and we're going to have a really great and enlightening night, if I do say so myself. So for the past 8 months or so, I've been kind of using the same decks every week, and I needed a change. I don't know about y'all, from like the same cards always coming up. So I went through all like 200 of my decks and I pulled out a whole bunch of decks. There are like 3 or 4 that, you know, I always use, but like my staple decks. But I have so many out tonight that we haven't seen in such a long time. I'm really excited to use them. I see a new name right off the bat, Area 51. So good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in. I definitely appreciate that. Miss Lotus Girl, 9:38 a.m. and I'm late already. Upside down face. I feel you, girl. I feel you. The Bat Mom, so good to see you. Cindy Norris, Mama Cindy Lee, what is up, girl? So glad you could make it. Long Island Bigfoot in the house. Yes. Who else do we have here? Oh, Miss Gemma Jade. Josephine, hello, I'm here. Hello. Good to see you too. And Blue Crossroads Head Hurts. Madison Teague, my darling Deb, Miss Paranormal Pixie, Nicole Perone. Yes, Area 51, first time. I'm loving it. Mark Holstead, welcome. So I just had to fix this really fast, guys, because I just realized it's crooked. Okay. Good to see new names in here. I really do enjoy when new people come in and, you know, get comfy with the content, and I really hope you enjoy yourself. Our usual reminder, if you have anywhere to go or be and you have to leave early, like you absolutely must, let us know, because if you want a reading in that case, we will do our very best to make sure you get one and you won't have to wait on the line. Now, Area 51, you're new, so you won't have to wait anyway. We are on Rumble. So far there's 4 videos up. Can't live stream yet. Still figuring it all out. But if you go on over to Rumble and make an account, it's free. You can watch us over there as well. As you guys know, Rumble does not take 49% of all of my earnings and donations as YouTube does, and they're a little more lax. We could be a little bit more ourselves. Also, my book, Danger at Your Door, Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids, dropped on Kindle and paperback on Amazon on Wednesday, on the 3rd. So thank everyone who purchased a copy of the book, whether it be on Kindle or paperback. You guys are doing me such a ginormous favor, and just I really hope you enjoy it. I have a companion book to that book coming out on February 13th of this year. It's called, what is it called? Midnight Visitors. And it's a companion book to the Danger at Your Door book. So Midnight Visitors is only encounters. And I'm telling you guys, these are encounters you have not heard anywhere yet, including in my book. I've been researching for this book and interviewing people about Black-Eyed Kid encounters for over a year now. And I had so many left over that I didn't use. We're like, let's just do a companion book. Also, book 5, and as soon as I'm done with this, we'll get started right away. Book 5 is going to be Campfire Stories with Gemma Jade. So it is encounters in the woods with all kinds of evil creatures, beings, energies, entities, spirits, devils, demons, some legends, Mothman, Dogman, werewolves, things like that. And that is going to be 30 stories per book. It's going to be sold at a much cheaper price, 30 stories per book. And I'm hoping, if the sales are good, to do like a dozen of those books and just get them out, get those encounters out to you guys, because I know you love them so much. And with those books, okay, and I have it already set, I believe the first week of February, though that book is coming out, book 5, it's going to be connected to a new show I'm doing here on the channel, Campfire Stories with Gemma Jade, and you can hear some of the stories in the book and additional stories as well throughout the month. So I have much more to talk about, but we'll just talk about it throughout the stream. Yes, starting early tonight. I'm raring to go. Roger Blair, so good to see you. Let me bring in the Ghost Dragons and we can get started. And again, as we go through, I will just keep up with letting you guys know what's been going on with me this year. See what he does in the background? See what I have to put up with?
That's what I do. That's my job. I mean, she actually found the key tonight. So
Blue Crossroads, that is good. Get her a copy, please, because within 2.5 months, I'm going to be getting paid monthly for all of my book sales. which helps me out a lot because my contract with that amazing job that I had writing, my day job that paid all of my bills, it ended. And I didn't know it could end, would end, or was supposed to end. And when they gave me the 30-day notice of the contract ending, they sent it to an email that I never use, that I told them I don't use, and that I've never put on the bottom of any invoices. So I didn't get it. So I got here is your last paycheck, which is actually nothing because we took out in advance. We gave you last month for Christmas. We took the entire thing out. And by the way, we no longer need your services. That is no shade on the person who helped me get that job. He is doing amazing things for me in the background, helping me so much. It had nothing to do with him. It had to do with the people, the investors in the company I was writing for. And they did give me the 30-day notice. It's just they used the wrong email. So I have no job except YouTube. So anything you guys can do to contribute.
You get your books out.
Yeah, even just going
that's not really
even just watching and liking and just giving me views, that would really, really help sharing out. So I don't want to focus on the negative. I'm not coming from a mindset of lack because I have so many things going on in the background that are amazing, that are so good. Thanks to my amazing mentor, he who shall not be named. I just want him to know, if he's listening, that I appreciate him so very much. And I love him from the bottom of my heart for everything he's doing for me, bending over backwards, just like our Star Ghost Dragons over here, who is literally bending over backwards for me. I would show you guys, but he's been in a bent over backwards position for me for like, I don't know, a year now. So his back hurts. I finally let him pull himself out of it. But gotta love you guys for all of your love and support and prayers, please.
And I dropped the link in for Rumble.
Thank you. And member support. Yes, that is amazing. Okay, so this Monday at noon, I have 4 members. Listener Encounter 16. It's here. It's happening. For the first 24 hours, I do have to keep it public because I only have like 8 members. So it'll bring the algorithm down. You guys know how YouTube rolls. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Area 51. Yes. I've been watching, actually, I just finished this week watching all of the Harry Potters. So he just wishes to remain anonymous and in the background, but he is doing so much for me. And between myself, him, Ghost Dragons, and all of y'all, I know that I will get through this lean time in my life. I'm not panicking. I just looked at it as, okay, that chapter of my life is over because the universe needed to bring in something so amazing and so great. But it had to test my faith first and make sure that I still believe in it. So nothing but positivity. And we'll talk more about all of this later. I have other announcements, but I don't want to bog you guys down, especially we have a new name in the room. So make sure you let us know if you got to leave early. I hope all of you are doing well. Awesome. Area 51. I love them almost as much as I love the musical Hamilton. But I got my 5-year-old to watch his first movie, like to sit through an entire movie and watch it. And it happened to be Harry Potter. But then he was like bored of it. So I ended up watching all of them, which is why I'm so tired, because I stayed up late last night to finish part 2 of the Deathly Hallows. Yes, Anna, for sure. Who is first? I want to get started. Let's go. What happened?
You're awful bossy. What? Oh, you are my boss. I said you were being awful bossy. Hold on, what's that?
What's happening?
You said, let's go. And I said, you're being awful bossy. And then I said, oh, yeah, that's right. You are my boss. Anyways.
Miss Pixie, me too, definitely. I can definitely watch any of the Harry Potters. I love them. I have RJ convinced it is all real. And when he's 11, he's going to be getting his notice just like I did. It's cool to watch a little kid wonder about that stuff and to see his face when
Hamilton's
he thinks that
getting all jealous.
That Hogwarts is real. And he sees a picture of me and his older brother Damien when we went to Hogwarts in Orlando, drinking butterbeer and, in front of the Hogwarts school. It's really magical for him. And I love it. All right, guys. Let's do this.
Hamilton's getting awful jealous, though.
Oh, I'll watch that one tonight. Don't worry.
Do you want to just go ahead and do?
Yeah, if Area 51, if you would like a reading, why don't we do that? Why don't we do you first, since you're new? But you got to let me know.
You have to let her know that you're good with that.
You have to consent.
Yeah, I'm a Lord of the Ring fan too. But then again, I read those books when I was 12 years old, so.
Okay, cool. I started watching the Lord of the Rings way back in, like, I think it was 2005. Hey, Richard. And I don't remember why I couldn't get into it. It wasn't because I wasn't interested in it. There was something else happening while I was trying to watch it, and I just never picked it back up. Okay, so Area 51, I am using a deck called Deep, Dark, and Dangerous. And let's see what the universe has in store for you for the next week or two. Guys, don't forget personals, okay, for February. We're up and running with those. So they're only $20 each. PayPal, Cash App, donations to PayPal, Cash App, all that jazz. All right, Area 51, you got the Charon. It is the card of reciprocity, card number 18, Dark. Yeah, he's new to this channel. Very first time in here tonight. So that's so cool. Loving when the community comes together like that, though. Guys, don't forget, on Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern, I will be on the Paranormal 60 with Dave Schrader talking about my new book, Danger at Your Doorstep. Thank you, Mark. All right, Area 51, you must find balance in acts of giving and receiving in all ways, but in particular, in your give and take with the earth, you must learn to reciprocate. When someone died in ancient Greece or Rome, a coin was placed either in the mouth of the dead or upon their eyes. This was an important part of the ritual of death because without coins, the recently departed could not pay the ferryman. Charon was the ferryman of Hades, the son of Erebus and Nyx. His responsibility was to ferry the souls of the dead over the rivers of death, and so he is what is called a psychopomp, a guide to the dead, a guide of the dead. The two rivers he worked were the Styx and sometimes the Acheron, the river of sorrow. These rivers separated the worlds of the dead and the living, so it was important that the newly dead were able to journey across safely. Also, Charon ensured that no dead traveled back the other way. Charon was also responsible for ferrying certain heroes and gods who were alive and had a task within the underworld. For example, Odysseus, Orpheus, Heracles, Dionysus, and Sisyphus all were ferried by Charon but were not dead. This was an inherently dangerous journey for the living with many perils, including falling into the waters themselves. The river Styx itself was highly magical and deadly and lethal to new souls and people who were alive. If anyone bathes in the Styx and survives, everywhere the water touches on that person becomes invulnerable. This is how Achilles became almost immortal after his mother dipped him in the Styx, all except the heel that she held him by. That small exclusion was his downfall, and he was shot by an arrow in that spot. What happened if the ferryman wasn't paid? Some myths say that the souls were left wandering indefinitely, but most suggest that there was a 100-year penalty until the soul could come to Charon and be taken across into the realm of the dead. The act of reciprocity, the payment for Charon's labor and care, became an important act in the respectful care of the dead. So your plant companion is the poinsettia, and your crystal companion is Larimar. Okay, I don't have any Larimar to show you, but it's fairly common. Yeah, Long Island Bigfoot, these cards are really amazing. Chillin' Charlie, what's up, my dude? Yeah, okay, so Juan, if I may call you that because it's easier than saying your entire name every single time. This card is talking about reciprocity. So yes, it's talking about reciprocity with the earth. Like, you don't want to take too much, right? I'm getting more of, it's a thing with reciprocity in your life. Who are you doing for that isn't reciprocating? So, okay, it's all right to do something for someone every once in a while and not get anything back for it. Because here's the thing, when you do something for someone and you help them, when you say a kind word to someone, it's all giving positive, uplifting energy to somebody. Okay, even if you're miserable about the helping, your energy is still doing a good deed. It's doing a kindness and a favor or whatever for someone, and it's good. It's uplifting. Even someone genuinely thanking you and really meaning it is the act of reciprocity, giving you, taking that amazing energy you're giving them, transmuting it into amazing energy and giving it back. The thing is, I feel like there's at least one person, and I keep hearing some people, so probably more than one person in your life that you feel like you're just doing for, and you're not getting anything back. You feel like you're not getting anything back. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, trust me, in the next week or two, you will. But it's like you don't know how to say that, because to say that would sound like you're only doing it because you want something in return, right? We've all been there. It's like, you know, I just want a simple thank you after helping somebody move. Like, I didn't ask for money. I didn't ask for gas money. I just wanted to thank you and I couldn't even get that. And then people are like, well, would you do it for the thank you? You know? And I think that's what a lot of us fear, light workers, especially because we are so sensitive to how other people feel about us. They don't even have to say it, and we can tell a lot of the time what they're feeling or thinking specifically about us, and sometimes to the people around us. But Juan, the universe is saying you have every right to expect the energy you're expending and expelling to be given back to you in kind. Okay, not given back to you negatively. Even that, though, would be reciprocal in a way, because at least you're getting it back and you can do the work to transmute it into something positive and push it back out. But why should you always have to be the one doing that? Listen, I always say it's really, really hard to do, but it is worth the awkward minute or two when you call someone out on their BS and their bad behavior. I always use the alcoholic as an example. So you're dealing with someone who's an alcoholic and everyone's tiptoeing around it till finally one day you're tired of hearing them complain about the drama, and you call them out. Well, maybe if you weren't an alcoholic, all of this wouldn't be happening to you. I will help you get some help. And they're going to be pissed and it's going to be awkward. And everyone in the room is going to be like, I can't believe they just said that. But guess what? Too bad for them. You had the right to say it when someone is making your life miserable or taking and not giving back. This is the universe giving you validation that you definitely have been seeking. You are not wrong in expecting a kindness to be repaid or a simple flip-in thank you. You have the right to express yourself. I'm all about ghosting people. Whatever you want to do in this situation, just know that you can't go on doing this the way it is. You are being drained of your energy. So if you felt more tired lately, maybe even a little confused every once in a while, like more of the walking into a room and forgetting why you were in there, that type of stuff, that is because you are giving too much of your energy and it's just blowing in the wind. Nothing's being done with it to get it back to you. Okay, you have the right to stand up for yourself. You have the right to care for yourself, and you have the right to insist on what you're going to accept in your life. What do I have? I've been talking about a lot lately, guys, and that is the setting price for access to you. So you are the one who gets to say who has access to you, what kind of qualities a person needs to have in order to be in your life. And reciprocity appreciation should always be a part of the payment for that access. Call whoever this is out on their BS. And if you think that's going to be too much drama, walk away completely. Bat Mom. Oh, you're so sweet. That's why I wanted to send out like actual handwritten cards in snail mail, because even if they got there after Christmas, I thought it would be really cool, because so many times we send, and I'm not knocking like email cards and Facebook cards, but so many times like that's what we received. And I thought it would be nice. So I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Nice kickoff. What, did I hit the nail on the head? I find it not worth calling them out because they don't change. And then somehow you're the BITCH. Ask me how I know. Oh, girl, I know. You're absolutely right. But sometimes it just feels good to do it, as long as you're not cursing them out or being cruel and hateful. But you're absolutely right. The best thing to do, Juan, in this situation would be to just stop giving your energy. Put that amazing, beautiful, light-working energy to good use somewhere else. Push it internally and do something great for yourself. Your spirit will definitely appreciate it. Who's next?
Lotus. She needs it, so make sure it's a good one.
I'll do my best.
I know. I'll keep my fingers crossed. Or I should say, I'll say a prayer.
It's blowing his mind. Thank you. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. It's not me. I'm just the messenger. It is your spirit team that's here. Your guides, your angels, your ancestors, deceased loved ones. They come in and they kind of show me a picture of what's going on for you as it relates to the card, and sometimes not as it relates to the card. Hey, Raymond, better late than never. Never late is better. I'm only kidding. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jules, I didn't see you there, girl. Paranormal Pixie, thank you. Imagine how great one of her full readings are. Yes, I do 7 to 10 card readings at $20 a pop. Almost didn't come on here. Was going to go some awe. And you know what? Area 51, I will say, if you ask a lot of the people in here who didn't know me from a different channel that I got my start on, they'll probably tell you the same thing. They somehow just came in to see what it was all about, expecting to leave immediately, and they've been here now for like 2 years. Because I do the stream every week, almost religiously. I think I'd say almost 3 years I've been doing it religiously every week. I've missed maybe 3 weeks because I take it very seriously. So Lotus girl. Yeah, anytime. Into the Lonely Woods. Like I said, guys, we've got a lot of the oldie but goodie decks out today. I'm really excited. So, Lotus Girl, you got Between Two Worlds. Card number 24. And the thing, Juan, too, is that if you ever come in here, like some people come in to just ghost. And they pick up the messages that resonate with them. Like, even if I'm not reading to them or for them, there's a reason that they're in here listening, and they will catch what they need to hear. So if you ever miss a live or don't want to come into the live because you're doing something else, you can always listen to the replay and you will still get a reading. The way that it works is it's wild. And Edna, thank you. You guys are so sweet. I really do appreciate it. It makes me feel really good that I'm doing you guys a service and that you believe in me. Lotus Girl, Between Two Worlds. Sometimes the gulf between the old world and the world yet to come feels like a chasm. It doesn't feel possible to bridge that gap, to somehow make it over to the other side. So for a while we slump and go into ourselves in the denying and destructive old ways. And just at this point, a sign will appear, a scent of flowers, birdsong. The colors of dawn will give birth to hope in your heart, birth to. And suddenly the gap doesn't seem so huge anymore. The waters you must cross don't seem so deep, nor do they feel dangerous. And within a shorter while than you think is possible, the old and the new will be bridged, and you will walk into the next life within this lifetime. Melissa Nicole, what's up, Ms. Bacon? Lotus Girl, you know, we're basically sisters. I know a lot of what's going on in your life. I've been telling you this for a really long time. Like, the time is coming where that bridge is going to be gapped, or that gap is going to be bridged for you. I feel like there are times, just like with everybody else, that you feel that what's in front of you is insurmountable. And as you know, the past few days, I've been feeling that. Like, what am I going to do? I feel like this card is reminding you of all the times in your life, the many, many times that you felt the same exact way and everything worked out not only for the better, but better than you ever expected. Because that is what is yet to come for you in your specific particular situation. Okay. There are a lot of finer details. There are a lot of people involved that the universe, you know, has to move out of the way. It's like a game of chess. And the universe has to get every single piece in the exact right place to make it the most, I don't want to say, I guess the most productive, the most abundant outcome for you. Your birth chart, your soul charts that you charted for yourself, your course on this life, demands abundance. As you did when you were in spirit, you have to remember how to do that now. I talked about this a lot last week, and it's crazy that I did because I've had to live it this week. Insisting upon abundance, insisting upon a positive outcome, expecting it, like we wake up in the morning and expect the sun to be out or to rise, and we expect the sun to set at night. That is your challenge for the next week or two, because I do feel in the beginning of February or sometime in February, I'm seeing like 1, 2, 3, like the first 3 weeks, that is when things are going to slowly start to change. And then you're going to wake up one day and things are going to be different. Not like this, not in the blink of an eye or the drop of a hat. It's because you've been slowly and steadily putting the work in. It's okay to have a moment. It is not okay to get stuck. Okay. And it's really important that you remember that in the next week or two, because this is a critical point in time in your journey of whether or not, you know, you're going to make it from here to there, or whether it's going to take like so freaking long. You're going to keep turning back. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. I'm afraid. Why is this happening to me? All of those negative things. Every time you think a negative thought that's coming from a place of lack, you take 10 steps backwards in your journey. Please try to remember to keep it positive. Expect abundance. Abundance is your birthright. You healed yourself of a terrible illness through the power of spirituality and the positive mind. You can do this. The only way things are not going to work out good for you is if you get stuck in a rut and forget that you are abundant. Oh, darling Deb, thanks, girl. Vixen Doe, welcome, and anyone else that I missed. I got them in yellow, too, and I had them in pink once before. I was a little bummed because I thought they were green, but they're green and orange, but that's okay. Black Dragon, JJA. Got my Moldavite on, and I'm excited about that. I was going to put in the little drops that Edna got me, the Moldavite drops, but they're on the charging plate. I wanted to charge them up first. Moldavite is really tricky, and I noticed when I wear the necklace and the earrings at the same time, my whole body just vibrates, and I got my bare feet on a grounding mat. Guys, I go all out for y'all, okay? So yeah, just a quick reminder, don't forget to pick up my new book. 5 minutes behind.
That's that here too.
Yeah.
I try to copy the link and it won't let me put it in the chat.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
You're welcome, Raymond. Thank you for subbing for Rumble.
Yes, thanks, guys. Rumble, Gemma Jade Paranormal.
Is JJ new?
JJ, have you ever been in here before? I think you were in here once or twice, but I'm not sure.
I see. Name looks familiar, but I can't remember.
Let us know, because if you're new, we'll bump you up in the chat or in the
Bat Mom is next.
Miss Bat Mom.
Hello, Bat Mom.
Sometimes it takes a little time for those of you that are new, for you, Juan, and JJ, if you're new, to choose the deck, because I don't actually do it. Now, if a gemstone comes in or a person comes in and says, can you use this deck? I have almost 200 decks. If I have it on hand, I will definitely oblige them. But mostly I listen to the spirit team, and the spirit team chooses the deck. Not much recently, though. I thought we were going to talk about Ghost Dragons until I found out that it was the guy's I mean, we do an afternoon show on Tuesdays called Afternoon Talk, and we sometimes talk about ghost dragons.
And then I do 10. So come visit me at
the money from winning the lotteries. Yes, Batman. But that's the thing. If you can train your mind to start really believing that, and you're putting the work behind it by playing the lottery, it's about putting that energy out there too. Being a good person, reciprocating, being kind, not to your detriment, but you know what I mean. Be a good mother effer. Okay. I wish that could be my slogan, because it definitely would. Just be a good mother effer. If you're doing all of that and you're working with the universe, not coming from a lack mindset, it can happen. Why wouldn't it? It may not be the lottery, but it may be, found money. You may win something else worth a ton of money. Like, it will always come. If you get super duper specific, the more the better. So that's why I say, Batmom, just give me 1 second. If you're looking for love, you want to get a notebook and you want to start writing about, today I went to the beach. It was chilly out. I put you want to put all these little minute details. And then I met my soulmate. Their name was James. James has blonde hair and blue eyes and is 56 years old and lives in Ohio. And we did, you have to put every single flip in detail, and you have to read that every single day and picture it in your mind and feel all of the feelings that you would feel if you were there in that second with James. You know what I'm saying? You have to put yourself in the mindset of being a lottery winner. It's hard. It's hard to train your mind to do that. But manifestation, and Batmom, I'm shuffling for you, baby. My mentor did say to me, he's like, Gemma, manifestation I found out I lost all of my income. I kind of freaked, and I took an entire day where I just refused to do anything. I just wandered around the house crying. And I was like, I've got to get back on, I've got to get back on point. And he's like, yeah, but manifestation it can't come from compulsion, right? You can't force it. I kind of disagree, because I feel like, no, you can't force it. You don't want to be fake about it, but you do have to. If you fall into a slump like I fell into the other day, you have to get your mind back by any means necessary to that abundant. Like, Now, like I said, okay, that happened to me. It sucks, but the universe didn't want me to have that job anyway. Now something bigger and better is coming in. And I've trained myself to think that. I'm sorry about my hair, guys. I didn't strap it down because it's much more comfortable. Batmom is behind, but this is her reading. Valencia, she who stands from the Elquay Oracle, resolute, implacable, and determined. Thank you, Juan. Valencia, she who stands, embodies the spirit of resoluteness. Her hair is tied back, revealing the determination in her face. She is not, her bloodied sword rests in her hands. She is not holding it to defend herself. Instead, she clutches it to support herself after a hard-won fight. Part of her would like to run, but the stronger part insists she hold her ground. The fierce tusked skull on her right shoulder reminds her it is wiser to fortify her position. For now, Valencia holds her place. Those who would call her implacable would not be wrong. Might be implacable, but I think it's implacable. The message of this card is to stand your ground, Batmom. The thing you've been working so hard to obtain will be in your possession soon. Do not give up. Do not give in to the urge to give up. Let this card serve as a reminder of your own resolution. This is everything I was just saying without the card. Literally. Acknowledge where you've been. Look at where you are now. Tie your hair back. Roll up your sleeves. Now you must prove you have earned this spot. You will not be put aside and shut up easily. This moment will determine your own strength of will. Batmom, do not waver. Look them in the eye. Hold their gaze. Show them your implacable stance. So listen, why are you underestimating yourself, right? Yeah, JJA, it is what it is. We are not human beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human... I think I said it backwards. Yeah, no, we're spiritual beings having a human experience, for sure. Batmom, you're underestimating yourself. You feel like you're in a losing position, at least in one area of your life right now. You feel like either somebody has the upper hand on you, somebody has an advantage on you, or you feel like you just can't. There's something here going on where you're down. You are feeling like, what am I going to do? How am I going to get through this? The universe and your spirit team are here and they're standing firm like, no, you are not seeing the amazing position you're in right now. It's not like you've got to make the most of it. There is definitely something here going on that you can use to your advantage, where you can be able to stand your ground and where you really are calling the shots with the people around you, with the negativity in your life. What are you allowing in? How can you push it out? You have all of the power in this situation right now. You just haven't noticed it yet. This is the universe calling your attention to it. Even if you feel like you are the low man on the totem pole, like you're at the losing end of a poop stick, you're not. You just have to really use your wit, look around, and hold your ground, stand your ground. Do not back down. If you know something is good and right and true and worthwhile, whether you're defending yourself, whether you're defending a position, whether you're defending someone you love, you are right to stand up for yourself, stand your ground, and hold that space. Do not let anyone make you feel like giving up. And if they do, that person needs to go, and they need to be removed from not only your life, but from your energy, from your entire being permanently. There is I do not like the energy I'm seeing with this card, and it's kind of like circling, swirling around you. And I feel like after having it around you so much, whoever this person is or whoever these people are, it's like what you're used to. And you're just like, I'm tired of this. You know, I've got to get out of here. No, you don't go anywhere. You stand your ground. You get them to go. They have to back down. And you can do it. The universe has given you every single resource. It could very well. It does look like Trinity, doesn't it? I usually choose my decks because of the artwork. So I think halfway through the show, I'm going to be a brunette again because this wig is itching me. All right, who's next?
Oh, I got to fix my hair.
You know what, Blue Crossroads? You're so right. Gemma Jade, what you're saying is manifestation is a frame of mind, and you may have to take alternate routes sometimes to get into that cram for manifestation to take hold again. Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what I'm saying. It's a thing you train your mind to do. And when big, amazing things start happening, it's very easy to stay in that mind frame. But when something like what happens to me, which I'm sure so many of you are going through similar things, you know, it's hard because how am I going to pay my bills? But the art of manifestation and the magic of it is you don't ask yourself that. You just focus on, okay, what job is coming in now? What is this amazing opportunity you have for me? One, it's almost always a wig. If it's black, it's not. But we have pink, we have orange, we have red and black. We have this really cute brownish blonde color. I have a whitish gray, a purple, and then blondie over here. I like to play dress up. My gemstones don't mind. And Blue Crossroads, that's amazing insight, especially for someone who is a career law enforcement person, you know, usually very rational minded. And it's not that any of this is irrational, but I think a lot of people in your position would look at it as irrational. And I'm so glad that you're coming around to, I mean, not you've been here for a while, but you know what I'm saying? Like you are coming into that manifestation mindset finally and just opening yourself up to whatever the universe has in store. Sunny Bear, slow motion, anyone that I missed, guys. I am talking as usual. Ramble. Wig stones, Eris Mana. No, what happened was I was so anxious. I forgot to strap it down. And, you know, I can do half the show blonde and half brunette. You guys already know I'm a weirdo. Oh, Juan, thank you so much. That is what we aim for here. Guys, we got another one. Welcome to the Island of Misfits Toys. You are now a gemstone. I dub thee Sir Area 51. Who's next?
Hey, Sneaky Eris and everybody's coming, Sunny.
Sunny Bear, I saved the picture you sent me of you with the Christmas card. I just thought it was adorable. I didn't repost it, but I do have it in my phone because it was so cute. Thank you. Chillin' Charlie, thanks. This was my Christmas gift from Lotus Girl. I think I showed you guys last week. It's called Gemjoy. It works with the app. I'll show y'all again later. So you put the app in front of it and a dragon will pop out and I train the dragon. It's got fairies, butterflies, a big old tarantula that like crawls up into the screen. It's so cool. So cool. Multifaceted jewels, exactly. Yeah, hey, and we talked about that last week. That was crazy. I'm sorry, Stephen. Go ahead. I'm all over the place.
Get it together, woman.
Bat Mom, you're so welcome.
You ready? Cindy
I'm ready.
Lee is next.
Mama
Cindy, and those memes. I don't think Gemma has seen all the memes yet, have you?
I meant to look last night after we talked because you told me about them and I freaking forgot again, but I promise tomorrow I have off on Saturdays. I will go in and
saw the Grinch ones, the picture I sent you, and then she memed it up for you.
I didn't see that one yet.
And then she did one with music with the one wait till you see them. She put music to one of them and it's perfect.
Just the fact that you like take time out of your day to do that to me is so tremendous. Here we go, crybaby Gemma. It just means a lot to me that you take time to do that. Do you know what I'm saying? Area 51 collects forks. We have a gerbil milker who's not in the room right now.
He'll be in later.
I love wigs and collect crystals. I'm in recovery 5 years. Hi, my name is Gemma. Someone else just said something. Yeah, Paranormal Chop Shop for sure. I do have during the daytime now. Someone else said something I really wanted to comment on, but it's all right. I'll respond to it later, I'm sure. Oh, Jim Carrey with Manifestation, JJ. Absolutely. My ultimate goal with Gemma Jade and with the channel and with, making a career out of this, even my book sales, is to open a spiritual retreat on the ocean or very near to it, and have light workers come in and realign spiritually. I think that is something that is going to legitimately change the world, because the energy of the collective is it's shifting. And the more light workers we bring into our orbit, and we teach them about manifestation and about loving ourselves enough to be able to truly love other people, all of they call it hippy dippy stuff, but that's not what it's about. I see dead people. I've seen them my whole life. It's just that we're all different, but when we're together, we're the same. And that's my ultimate goal with this, is to help as many people as possible so we can take the collective back. Darling Deb, not really. So Chris Jarvis, and Mama Cindy, I am shuffling for you. So yes, you definitely belong here. Welcome. And I'm so glad that you came in too. You came in for a reason, that's for sure. Darling Deb, for 2 straight years, they had me convinced that Chris Jarvis was an actual gerbil milker. And I thought that's what this dude did for a living. Like, I would mock him a little bit, like jokingly, like everybody would rib him about it. I thought it was real until like 6 months ago. I found out in chat that it was all a lie. My whole life was a lie with Jarvis. He does not, in fact, milk gerbils. They will be assimilated. Absolutely. All right, Mama Cindy, let's see what's going on. I'm so glad. We have fun. Confuses to the message. I don't know what's going on. Okay. So, Mama Cindy, you got the wailing tree from the Shaman's Dream Oracle. Oh, just wailing tree. Okay. Well, excuse me. UVW. There it is. That is exactly, Juan, what I imagined in my head when I envisioned this. No, definitely, Miss Cindy Lee. I just was rambling as always. So this is the card of reconciliations, grief and mourning, a time of necessary losses and reconciliations. When you encounter the wailing tree on your path, it's an invitation to stay a while and regroup, a place for you to rest and allow yourself to say goodbye to what no longer serves. You may have been overdoing things, working too hard, or putting too much effort into life with little reward. If you've been considering making a change, now is the time to do so. One important thing to consider before you make any changes is that you need to allow yourself to feel your disappointment, to feel your loss. Yeah, yep, they are. And to mourn what was and what could not be. This is a way to honor your own experiences, Cindy, to give yourself time to consider all the gifts in it, to put proper closure on it, to really know what you've learned as you walk away from it and into something new. Even in the perception of failure, there is so much good to be discovered. However, skipping the stages of loss doesn't get you to reconciliation any faster. In fact, you will discover that you'll have to come back to it at some point. So do it all now. Look at it all squarely and honestly and stay with your feelings. Life is not either or. It is both and, this and that. So as you dive in and process this, allow it to become a temporary travel companion on your journey. The feelings that this will bring to the surface will be challenging for sure. Yet, like all things, they'll pass soon enough and you will be more enriched from the experience. So Mama Cindy, I do feel like there's some things that you may be dealing with right now. Like, you're distracting yourself on purpose with other things. And like, we've all done that. So like always, it's no judgment or indictment, but it's just like, what are you distracting yourself from right now? Or distracting yourself with, I guess I should say. It's like you feel, I don't know if you feel like you've outgrown. I don't know if you are putting a name on what this is, but there's definitely a disconnect between you and like someone you love, or you just don't get the same happiness when you go to work anymore. Like, whatever the case may be, there is something and or someone that you loved very much, you're very invested in, that you just don't feel the same about anymore. There's no blame to be placed here. The thing with contracts is we decide with the other spirits while we're in the 5th dimension, writing our chart, who we're going to run into when, the lessons we're going to learn, and when we're going to part. And some people are in our lives forever, for better or for worse, but most people enter and exit at some point. I do feel like whether this is an actual person or maybe it's letting go of an idea or an ideal or moving into something new that nobody else around you that you love is going to understand. But you're changing so much that you are now vibrating at a higher level. It's there. I see it. Okay. It is the moldavite. Thank goodness I'm not wearing the earrings as well. You're vibrating at a higher level now. I can see it. I'm sure everyone that can feel energy in the chat can feel it. So there are going to be people around you that you just don't connect with anymore through no fault of your own or theirs. It's just something that happens. The thing is, this is going to be a bit of a painful experience for you if you're not already dealing with it. Okay. So you can't just ignore it. You can't just distract yourself from it. You kind of have to sit in it, grow through what you go through is what your team is telling me. So take a few minutes. You don't have to dwell on it all day long and do what I did 2 days ago and walk around like an idiot crying all day. Like, what am I going to do? But spend some time in it, a little bit of time every day, and then do something you love, like go for a walk, binge Netflix, get to the Angelversary video. Do you know what I'm saying? Be in the space of mourning if that's what's going on, right? I do get a twofold thing here now that came out of my mouth. So there is something you're outgrowing, moving on from, vibrating higher from, but there's also this mourning, this grieving process, Cindy. I think it might be for a person. And it's like you haven't really had time to sit in it. You may have grieved when you first lost this person or this thing. What's up, Nikki boy? But you didn't make your way all the way through it, okay? You have to revisit it. You have to sit in it. If it is a deceased loved one, talk to them like they're right next to you, because I guarantee you 99.9% of the time when you're speaking to them, they are there. Let this person know everything that you meant to say while they were still here, and walk away from the situation with no guilt, shame, fear, or regret, okay? You're not moving on from the memory of this person to be happy in your life and to say, okay, I've come to terms with this. I'm at peace with it. That doesn't mean you're happy about it. That doesn't mean that you wouldn't trade it and get them back in a heartbeat. What it means is you've come to a place of acceptance about it, where you're able to move on and shine and be who you truly are without feeling guilty. Okay. There is no anger, retaliation, ill will, holding grudges with a spirit that is on the other side. They're not capable of feeling those feelings. They only understand them in concept. Now, hauntings come from earthbound spirits. Those are not people who cross over. Once they're crossed over, that's it. They're back in spirit. They're vibrating as high as a human spirit can vibrate. There is none of that. So whatever you need to say it, but know that you're doing it for you, because they already just want you to be over it and be happy and living your best life again. Who's next? I'm an 83 baby myself. Just turned 40. 40 and fine. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Nick, thanks for that.
1,000 years old and under the ground. Next is Mr. Mike from Long Island Bigfoot.
Ooh, Long Island Bigfoot. I'm going to use the mythical creatures. Big hair and shoulder pads. Oh, Juan, you fit right in. Nobody in here is taking offense, trust me. We're all the same way. Born in August, the Leo sun. I'm 83, March 1st, Pisces sun. Darling Deb, it's yours, baby. Take it. Yeah, no, we're all the same. Sometimes I think we scare people away and they just ghost in the back because they can't handle us. Black Dragon, absolutely. Black Dragon says, Juan, we are family here. We're here for reasons that some might not realize why they're here yet, but we all do belong here. That is absolutely it. Scorpio, all right. Love my Scorpios. 82 August Virgo. Oh, thank you, Raymond. I'm going to be a silver fox soon. Hey, I'm digging it. Whatever. keeping their memory alive. Yeah, and that is absolutely amazing. And it's good that you do that. Just don't let it suck you down. You know what I mean? And keep you there. And the universe is bringing this to my attention, your team is, because there's a possibility that could happen. Do you know what I'm saying? They want to make sure you don't do that. Leos do rule. Hey, Vera Ray. Happy 2024 to you too. Oh, Lotus, I love you, girl. All right. Long Island Bigfoot. Let's see what mythical creature you pulled. The mermaid. Mermaid in the upright, baby. Leo and Cancer, that is very interesting. Now, my husband is a 57 Cancer, and it's interesting to say the least. And I'm a Pisces sun, but we both have air moons, so. All right, let's see what the mermaid has to say to Mike. Kids in your rock and roll music. All right, representing some of the deeper and more fundamental aspects of the human psyche, mermaids are torrents of pure emotion. Their feelings are as strong as hurricanes and as volatile as the ocean itself. They experience the world as a sea in which they are suspended rather than a solid ground beneath their feet. It actually sounds like Pisces suns. They are a symbol of femininity. However, their relevance is not exclusive to women. The mermaid embodies a function that is present in both women and men, the intuition and emotionality of the right hemisphere of the brain. Drawing the mermaid, Mike, means that it can be a sign that one needs to take down your barriers and to tap more deeply into your emotions and be more sensitive. A person who has been neglecting his or her feelings or who could lack empathy can benefit from the spiritual energy and perceptive powers of the mermaid. This isn't saying you lack empathy. We just don't want you to get there, right? For a mermaid, emotion and intuition are invaluable strengths. She relies on these skills in order to understand the world. She is highly sensitive to others, and this guides her social interactions on a level that less sensitive individuals would not be able to experience. Everything in her life is an intensely emotional and sensuous experience. The mermaid shown on the card doesn't even need to look at the fish that's around her. She can just feel that they're there. Oh yeah, this is definitely a Pisces. I don't know if you're dealing with a Pisces or have your eye on a Pisces. Definitely a Pisces circulating your life. Josephine, we see you, babe. The mysterious sea maidens are creatures of sensuality, alluring beauty, and intense desire. The mermaid can indicate romantic love, but in particular represents the perspective of a smitten individual. She stands for the passion that the person feels regardless of the actual status of the relationship. In extreme cases, the mermaid can signify obsession or emotions going out of control. One person may be deeply infatuated with another to the extent that they don't notice or care if the other is less interested. Also, the mermaid can represent a deep desire that's not romantic in nature. Everything that the mermaid feels, she feels strongly nonetheless. If the potentiality for obsession is any indicator, the mermaid has negative aspects as well as positive ones. I think Mike is an Aquarius. Since she relies entirely on intuition, she may have difficulty thinking rationally. Her intuition is not always correct, yet she will not necessarily realize this because it always feels right to her. The mermaid may not know where her own emotions end and where others begin. In these extreme cases, she can't view the situation objectively. So, okay, Mike, there's a lot here, and some of it is definitely off card. The first thing I'm getting is be careful, brother, because you may have you a stalker. This could be someone who is stalking like your social media presence, like your YouTube channel. Maybe they're a friend that you met through the channel, a subscriber, someone who's always in the background, or like on Facebook or any of your other social medias. Just be careful what you put out there. Don't be an immediate open book. For in the next 2 weeks at least, okay? Because there definitely is a little bit of psycho energy. And it's not yours. I see it as other. So that's not you. You could be meeting a Pisces, getting to know a Pisces better. It could be any sign, but this person could have a lot of water maybe in their chart, whether it's Pisces or not, and whether or not they're a water sign. Now, Mike, another thing I'm seeing here is it's like one particular person pulls you out of yourself. And what I mean by that is you're a nice guy and you're sweet, you're sensitive, you're caring. I've had personal conversations with you. I think you're the actual best. But there's this one person that you just can't seem to be that way with anymore. This person has taken all of the nice out of you. So how do you prevent yourself from behaving in a way that's no longer, what is the word I'm looking for? That's no longer, it doesn't resonate with you anymore. That wasn't the word, but it's no longer true to how you really are. So when you were with this person romantically, or when you were friends with this person, or when you worked for this person, or they worked for you, whatever it is, you turned into like someone else. And it was so out of character for who you are and who you were with everyone else. How do we stop this from happening again? Well, get rid of the person. But I feel like there is a connection here where you may have to speak to this person at least sometimes, okay? Remembering who you are and who this person really is on the inside, the manipulation, possible psychosis, and I'm not any kind of doctor, but I will say that that's the energy of this person, at least right now at this moment in time. And the fact that you know that they're trying to get under your skin. They do not like that you're doing better without them around all the time. They do not like that they know it's their fault that they can no longer be with you. I think I've gotten this for you before, with like this person trying to reel you in. Do not allow it. It's like everything about your energy changes for the worst when you're around this person. So keep all interaction brief. Please be really careful again what you're putting on social media in the next week or two, because I do feel like someone could be gaining an obsession, and it is a person separate from this other person we're talking about. And it could end up being not good for you. As someone who's dealt with stalkers my entire life, I can tell you that it is a pain in the butt if you let it get too far. Like we say with the Hydra card, cut it off at the head. Seriously, dude, ain't nobody got time for that. You specifically, you're living your life. You're doing amazing things. There was one more message of this card. It wasn't really a message. It was your team like reiterating to me that you are an animal whisperer, and that you are really, really good at picking up on the energy of beings, entities all around. Pay close attention to that in the next week or two, like when you're out exploring the woods, even when you're just like going for a walk at night, if you're like walking down the street. There is an energy around you that is trying to get your attention. I don't know if it's elemental. I don't know what it is. It's just like this brief interaction to kind of test you to see if you know it's there. You are very, very, very good with animals, and that somehow is going to come into play in a big way in the next few months in your life. So keep focusing on it. Understand that it is a good thing. Keep doing you. You got like psycho energy 1 and psycho energy number 2. And like, I feel bad. I feel bad for you, but I'm here if you need an ear.
Next is Josephine.
Josephine, I'm going to use For the Love of Dragons. Oops, that's not what I'm using. I'm using Divine Nature. Same author. Divine Nature for Miss Josephine. Oh, I love true crime. I've done a couple of cases here on the channel, but I've had issues. I covered a case where like the potential killer got mad that I like sullied his name. And he messaged me and like we started talking. I was trying to get information out of him. He ended up becoming obsessed. It was scary. No comment. I didn't either, but I'm a medium. So I end up, when I think things like that, getting visits from the deceased. All right. Josephine, you got Alchemized, card number 22. You are the alchemist of your own experiences, and nothing is more important than turning the lead of suffering into gold. Okay, not lead. Turning the lead of suffering into the gold of creative expression. Pain that is unexpressed turns into suffering, but pain that is grieved, mourned, and given its creative voice becomes art. The medicine is found inside the wound, but not unless it becomes expressed. This is your job right now as an alchemist. Take the raw materials of your experience and turn them into song, dance, or art. Weave a story with the threads of your hope and despair. The cauldron is your life. The raw materials are your experiences. You are the alchemist with the power of transformation at your fingertips. Josephine, this is telling you, it's almost the same as Mama Cindy Lee's. It's like you have to feel, you can't just like leave a super, like even if the relationship was totally toxic, whether it be romantic or otherwise, because there are many different types of relationships we have in our life. If it was you like, it's good to get away from it and like you don't want to dwell on it. You need to heal though. And the way to heal is by facing the fact that you were put through this, you went through this, and the things you did. Because when we're constantly around toxic or dare I say narcissistic people, we tend to take that on towards them a lot. And we end up with a lot of guilt because we're not those types of people. We're light workers. We're kind. We're giving to a fault a lot of the time. So when we start acting like the narcissist towards the narcissist, we end up leaving those relationships feeling really guilty. Don't let wanting to make amends or say you're sorry lead you back to that relationship, whatever it was, okay? Because that is going to be that person's in, and you're going to end up trapped in that same cycle again. Josephine, this is a card of warning, okay? Forgiveness never has to equal reconciliation. Even if they're like, oh, I just need to know you forgive me. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them anything. Change your number if you have to. It's time to move away from this person for once and for all and stop allowing them to manipulate and control you from afar. You got this, but also you can't ignore what you've been through. You have to process it. So don't jump right into another relationship, or if it was like a bad experience with family members, maybe don't go where you know they're going to be for a little while. You have to stay away, but you also can't just walk away as though nothing happened too. You have to find that balance, Josephine, or you're going to end up in a really bad place emotionally and spiritually, possibly physically too, if this was an abusive relationship and you end up going back into it.
Ready? Next is Aunt Edna.
Aunt Edna. All right, and now I'm going to use the Destiny's Portal Oracle. The art on these cards is great. And I hope you're feeling better, by the way. Ah, True Crime Side, Blue Crossroads. Nice. I did know that. You come in, you stay. Yeah, for the most part. You got the Dragoness. Let's see. Okay. Got it. And are you the hunter or the hunted, the predator or the prey? Thankfully, in our day-to-day lives, we're mostly neither. Or are we? In how many small ways do we exhibit these tendencies? Maybe some of us are exhilarated by the thrill of the hunt. Maybe some of us feel fated to be hunted. Being a predator involves seeking out and taking from others. This could take the form of belittling someone, that is, taking some of their self-esteem to build up your own. Or it could be cutting someone off in traffic, invading their personal space and safety to advance your own journey. It could be something more, such as deceiving someone. This ultimately takes away their faith in you, in their own judgment, and in others. That's a lot to take away from someone. Or you could be the prey. You could be the one belittled, cut off, deceived. How do you recover? How do you guard against it in the future? Can you guard against it? Is there ever an appropriate time to willfully play one role or the other? This dragoness is by her nature a predator. As is clear by her wings, she is a fairy descended from dragon lineage. She inherited not only the wing structure of her dragon ancestors, but also their characteristics, powerful, protective, and acquisitive. She is clothed in purple with wings of deep purple, which is associated with the power of the ancients, such as dragons. She sits on a high pillar so that she may watch over and protect her territory. Here, she is shown with 3 crescent moons. They are all waiting to be filled and represent her longing that is never completely satisfied. Either you or someone you are inquiring about is currently in the role of predator. Are you seeking to take something from someone else, trying to get ahead at someone else's expense, building up your own image while tearing down another's? Or, Aunt Edna, is there someone near you who is taking from you, perhaps so subtly that you don't even know it? Examine your actions and your relationships. Are you the hunter or the hunted? Are you okay with being either of those? Whether you are the predator or the prey, this card suggests that you carefully consider your behavior before you continue. Aunt Edna, this is not so much how you are right now, but definitely, and we talked about this, I think, last week, people are perceiving you. Listen, I've never even met you in real life, and I would not mess with you in a dark alley. I don't care how sick you are, how injured you are. I just wouldn't do it. I feel like somebody is making the big mistake of taking the fact that you're ill as a sign that you're weak. And, that's their mistake to make. I feel like the universe is telling you, though, just like I believe it was last week or 2 weeks ago, it is time for you to put them in their place. And if you already have done this, if you know who this is, you've already put them in their place, watch out, because this isn't like a dangerous message. If I get messages of physical violence, it doesn't happen often, but I do tell you guys, this is more of like they're just waiting for the right time to strike. They think that because you're not feeling well and because you're going through these medical issues that you're somehow weak. And it's like, okay, if they want to think that, that's fine. But I do feel like just be a little more guarded around people that you haven't been able to trust in the past. That's not to say people that you've forgiven and reconciled with and allowed back in, like you have to be really sus of them. But I feel like you specifically, Edna, would know who this is already, and you would know better than to put yourself in that type of situation. So should you find yourself in a situation where this person is around, just be careful about it. I mean, sometimes you can't help who we run into, or, who our family is, or, obligations to certain people that run us into others we don't, want to be around. But this person is looking at you funny, and it's making me uncomfortable seeing it, because I feel like they've got something on their mind that they want to take from you. They're taking your energy. They're causing you stress. They're causing you anxiety. And like, that's what they want to do. They want to bring their drama right back in because they can't get to you any other way. Jarvis, speak of the devil. It's my favorite gerbil milker. Good. Spot on. Good. Just be careful. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting. It wasn't like a threat of physicality, but it was like a very dangerous, tiptoeing around a viper type of experience. And, I don't like to see that with my gemstones. Used to it.
Yeah, they were talking about your job as a milker.
You guys had me fooled for like 2 years or more.
Okay, next is Blue.
Blue, I'm going to use Dark Mirror. The Temple of My Body, card number 2. Interesting. Let's see. A succubus. Oh, she has nudity? No. A succubus-like creature with claws resembling nails holds a very thin silver chain, and the pendant on it shaped like a crimson tear of blood. My body is my temple of my soul. It has no secrets to me. This card is about the darkness in the body. Culture can make us take distance from what is our corporality. So many religions and customs, for instance, demonize sex in many different ways, lacing it with guilt, and an assassin could lace food with poison. On the other side, we are collaborators in cheapening our body, hiding it, being shamed by it, selling it, giving it away for nothing. It happens when we accept an abusive relationship, when we refuse to respect the body of another, or more simply, when we do things like being too lazy to eat healthy. Our body is a temple. It cannot be defiled. We can take a shower, raise our chin, feel proud. It is our body, ours. Okay, this may sound very weird. Oh, Juan, yeah, I've had to get rid of those off of people, not many times in my life, but it was scary. They tend to like latch on to certain people, and they're very hard to dispel. So Blue Crossroads, I know this sounds a little bit like it's wonky, like it's a little funky card, but it's actually not talking about anything sexual. What this is talking about is like your body autonomy, how you feel about yourself right now. I feel like there are so many things going on in your mind, so many things that you're thinking, and so many things that are happening all around you. I feel like you're not 100% aligned. You don't feel 100% good. Maybe about decisions you've made, maybe about people you've gotten yourself involved in, maybe, there's just something here that you're not happy about that you did. And I feel like that's okay. Like we all make poor decisions every single day, but I feel like you are holding yourself to a much higher standard than you would hold to someone who made a mistake and like towards you. Like you would immediately forgive and be like, whatever, but you're not forgiving yourself. You're not letting it go for yourself as easily as you would for someone else. Why are you punishing yourself? And you may be like, Gemma, I'm not. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, you will in the next week or two, but I feel like you might. I just feel like you don't feel as good as you could about yourself, and you're putting the blame on you when in actuality, it's like everybody makes a mistake. We move on from it. Big deal. If you feel like you did something wrong, apologize. If you don't, move on from it. But don't stay stuck in this limbo of, did I do something wrong? Did I not do something wrong? Should I say something? Should I not say something? And I am getting a little bit into like, I already know this, but like if you made a promise to someone and that promise is coming back to bite you in the butt and you're getting flack for it and you're getting crap for it, you need to go to that person and ask to be be released of that promise. And if they won't give that to you, you need to question the relationship you have with that person and why you would honor a promise to them in the first place. I know how you are. You are very like, upstanding person. You're very trustworthy. You kind of bank yourself on that. Your word is your bond. And I love that so much about you. But when it's to your detriment, you should never be sitting around suffering to keep someone else's secret. I think that could be what's going on here. Either it's that or it is you just not being fully in alignment. You have too much on your mind, too much on your plate. And what happens when we have too much food on our plate, right? We can't eat it all. We have to get rid of some of it. We eat some and then we get rid of the rest. You're taking on too much. You're taking on too many people's energy all at the same time. You're taking on too many tasks. You're taking on other people's BS. You're being too many things to too many people, Blue. It's time to downsize, okay? And really get back to who and what matters most to you. And going with that flow. Again, you can forgive from afar. The other person doesn't even have to know you forgave them. And forgiveness never has to equal reconciliation. And I feel like that's what you have to do here. You have to forgive and you have to love them from afar until maybe down the line, things will be different. I don't know who this is. I don't know what this is about. That just came in channeled. So I'll have to go back and watch and what I said. Slow motion, absolutely. Oh my gosh, that is such an amazing compliment. Thank you. Gemma is more real in the last hour than anyone I have followed on YouTube. That means so much to me. Again, it's your guys' teams that are doing it. I'm just the messenger. And the one thing I promised my gemstones and the promise that I make every single time I read personally for anyone or that I help mentor anyone or whatever the case may be is that I will never sugarcoat and I will never leave things out. Sometimes the messages get weird and they get offensive, but it's not me. And I feel comfortable enough with the people that I read for that they can understand that. But that is an amazing compliment. Thank you so much. Slow motion, let us know if you have to go.
They're next. I went ahead and told them
I was going to say I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. Never mind. I'm sorry, Stephen. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they're next because I know they have to leave early. I already told them they would be next.
You're so sweet. I don't know what I would do without you, seriously. It's much easier to forgive others than it is to forgive yourself. That is so true. And we have to we have to get into the habit of forgiving ourselves, of being like, it's all right. Everybody makes mistakes. And the way I always put it to you guys is think about the person you love most in the world. So I think about my kids. What advice would I give them? And then take that advice. Like, would you tell your kid, no, sit in that guilt and shame? And no, you would try to think of ways that they can move on from that pain and process what's happening. And that's what we should be doing for ourselves as well. We should be telling ourselves that as well. Slow motion. I'm going to use, where did it go? Give me one sec. I want to use I think it's called, there it is. Gentle Creatures. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Blue. Yeah, JJ, that's what I try to do. I have 5 kids. I have 1 daughter and I have 4 sons. And I just think to myself, okay, my adult, most of them are adults now, but I just think like, what would I tell them? I wouldn't want them to feel this. And we have to love ourselves like that. It's hard to do because we're conditioned from a very young age that loving ourselves, doing for ourselves, putting ourselves first is so selfish. We never want to do that. It is not selfish to love yourself or to care for yourself or to honor yourself. You don't want to bring ego into it, but you want to feel good about yourself. You're allowed to do that. Female. I see the thing with Batmom with that. I'm not saying a specific person. I don't think he would care. I'm seeing female, like feminine, but that's where it gets tricky. That's why I usually don't give that, because it could be a male that just has a lot of feminine energy and a lot of femininity, like feminine signs in his chart. There are masculine, there are feminine, fixed, cardinal, immutable. So sometimes it doesn't happen often. Sometimes I'll see female, but it's actually a male with the feminine in their chart. It could definitely be a male too, though, because for a few weeks, Long Island Bigfoot, I've been getting that you have like a not so good person in your midst who is pretending a lot with you. And that is more than likely male. You can't do anyone any good if you are not being taken care of, for sure. Okay, slow motion. You got the Harbinger. I love these cards. They are so adorable. They are by Lucy Cavendish, I believe. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Arwen Lynch Poe. But they look like, okay, same artwork. Dan May did the deck that I used for Lotus, Into the Lonely Woods. That's why they look the same. All right, slow motion Harbinger. A light beckons us forward. Madison Teague, if you're here, let us know, please. Bats swirl around this harbinger, but what news do they bring? Numbers tumble down. 7 is the number of seeking, of thinking, of moving forward on a quest. 9 marks its territory as selfless and compassionate. Our creature, then, is showing us that a new journey awaits. The bats may come from our own internal dark place. Rather than scary, they're simply helpers. The numbers are also gifts to you. Study them, learn about them, be compassionate with yourself, as we were all beginners at some point, and we'll all be beginners again. Follow the path of inquiry currently calling you. Open your eyes to see what light is in front of you. This isn't a time for delay, as the call to the journey is now. While you may want to plan more or think things through, you need to do that en route. I don't know. Ask yourself what you actually need in this moment. Perhaps you can grab a pen, a snack, and a journal. All else that you require will be found. Some journeys are long while others are short, but when you receive this signal, slow motion, just follow the signs. You'll be rewarded for your trust. Right? One, I'm telling you, I choose all my decks based on whether or not I like the artwork. So Paranormal Pixie, if you have to leave, please let us know. I want to get a chance to read for you if you want a card. Okay, slow motion. You are definitely on a journey, whether you know that or not. I do feel like your intuition is calling you to do something. Maybe I wouldn't call it your intuition. You're being led to something. And it's your team. And I'm excited if you can't tell. Like, it's your team and your guys. They're like, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Like, X marks the spot. They've got a map in front of you. They're throwing darts. They're like, here's where we're going. And you're like, what's on TV? like you're not even you're not feeling it for some reason, which means you must be blocked. And I feel like one of the things that is blocking you, maybe it could be that you don't know where you're going. You do, maybe at least in one area of your life, feel a little bit lost and, confused, not like confused, like, where am I, but confused of like, how did I get here? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what do I do next? How do I be happy? How do I make the most out of my life? How do I follow my spiritual journey? I feel like even if those aren't the specific questions you're asking yourself, if you're not doing it now in the next week or two, you are going to start asking yourself questions about like, what's next for you. I feel like there's already a really amazing opportunity. You may not have even known that you wanted this until it comes to you. You're going to like take the opportunity and be like, oh my gosh, how did I never think of this before? There's something amazing and incredible and abundant, a bless up, glow up energy coming in. It's already circling around you. You just have to look up, notice it's there, pay attention to it, and follow it. And the way you're going to follow this is by going with your gut. If you get to a crossroads and you want to go right, but for some reason you cannot like stop focusing on the left, your intuition is guiding you to go to the left. That is where you should always be. Your guides will never steer you wrong. And you will never feel bad afterwards about anything you do if you followed your intuition, because your intuition is the instruction of your spirit team, your guides, your angels, any ET or elemental connections that you may have. Everyone that I call on in the beginning of the personals, right? There's an amazing opportunity here for something that I feel like even unknowingly, your heart has been yearning. You've been looking for this for a really long time. Please pay attention to any dreams that you have. Very, very vivid, feel real, possibly some lucid dreaming, any visitations from spirit or even ETs. I feel like it's going to take a few weeks of you paying attention to these little intuitive hits, some deja vu. Write them all down. Even if whatever you write makes no sense right now, because when you look in 2 or 3 weeks, it's going to make perfect sense and you're going to know exactly what to do. Always on the money. Love Adventure is looking for something new. It's coming. It's already there. You just have to recognize it for what it is. Oh, that's awesome. Please let us know what it is. Nut slap! It was so funny. I had a picture of the Anne Stokes statue that you got me for Christmas, Nut slap, and I showed my husband and he's like, who's that from? Every time someone asks me, like when you sent me the cookies, my mom's like, oh, who are those from? And I have to say nut slap. It's funny. I'm like, nut slap. It's just a YouTube handle. Who's next? Sorry. I thought it was funny. I guess you had to be there.
What?
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Before you do that, guys, I'm sorry to do this, but I do have to shamelessly self-promote just for a minute. Kindle and paperback versions of my brand new book that was just released on January 3rd, Danger at Your Door, title courtesy of Sir Nutslap. Thank you. Terrifying encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids. Guys, I put my heart and soul into this book like I do all my other ones. The second book, the bestseller, Encounters with Evil, is on sale, tremendously on sale right now on Amazon. It's like $11 and change. If you want to go pick that up. If you guys want signed copies, just hit me up, email, send me $20 to my PayPal or Cash App, and I will get the book for you, sign it. That only leaves me making $1.50 off my signature by the time I buy the book and mail it. I don't get free copies because I self-published this one, guys. I did this by I had someone helping in the background, but this is self-published book that I did for myself to get it out quicker to you guys. There will be a companion book called Midnight Visitors, Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids, that is coming out on February 13th. It's a smaller book. It's only encounters, whereas Danger at Your Door, I put in theories, I put in speculation, I talk about legends and history of the BEK further back than Brian Bethel. I put a lot of information in there. The companion book is going to be shorter and smaller, and it's going to be only encounters. But please pick up that book. If you guys could donate through PayPal or Cash App, if you guys want personal readings, $20 a pop for February. Get all that in there. Merchandise available at jivecreations.com. We got some new merch coming in as soon as I send Arisha some new pictures. And I will be on the Paranormal 60 with Dave Schrader on YouTube Monday at 10 p.m. Eastern time. All right. Yeah, Nutslap, he definitely was.
Yeah.
Black Dragon. Couldn't have said it better myself. I always do that to you. I'm so sorry. I'm like, who's next? And as soon as he opens his mouth to tell me, I'm like, hi, I'm talking.
No,
sorry. You hit the mute, babe.
So nobody listens to me anyway, so.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I really don't.
Madison is here, so go ahead and do Madison, then Darlene Deb.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to ever make you feel unheard. It's just when I'm channeling, I go back and watch these videos, and I get so angry with myself because Steven is talking to me, and I just I don't hear him because in the moment I'm channeling, I'm watching the chat, I'm talking with you guys. I've got so much going on. I'm reading, and I always feel so horrible about that. And people, that's one of the main things they give me poop about in the comments is that I'm mean to him, horrible to him. And I really don't mean it. I would never be purposefully horrible to any of you.
Of course, she keeps me locked.
All right, Miss Madison. Well, I mean, everyone already knows you're the basement dwelling dragon. They've come to terms with it. What was I going to say? Miss Pixie, I know I did ask if you were leaving early, but I didn't see your answer. So I just want to make sure because I don't like when you leave without a reading if you want one. Okay. Madison. We do, Raymond. I don't know what I would do or where I'd be without him. He's my best friend in the world. And I don't ever, want him to feel unappreciated or slighted or not heard, All right, Madison. So you got card number 13. These cards don't have headings. So let's just see. And by the way, guys, for those of you who don't know, this is only nicotine. Okay. It's not wacky tobacco. Yeah. And they look for reasons when it comes to me. I know they do. But they do it to everybody, not just me. I've got to stop taking things very personally. And I've gotten so much better. All right, Madison, danger. Two warring factions meet high in the darkened sky. Fairy warriors wield bows and staffs, rushing in to meet the bats, threatening their homes. It says met, but it means meet. Send out the troops. This is time for a physical engagement, for defending your own rights and for protecting your valuables. It is time to stand up to dangers lurking around you. Combative force may be necessary at this time. Stand your ground and don't back down. This is a hard lesson to take, but danger does appear in life and must be met and dealt with promptly. So, Madison, I can't in good conscience tell you to go beat the crap out of somebody, right? One thing I will say about the physicality is you do need to obviously defend yourself if somebody is putting their hands on you. I'm getting more of you becoming more aware of the spiritual warfare. I talk about it all the time. Ghost Dragons and I talk about it. We talk about it as a team. There is a spiritual war, and it is happening 3 feet above where we put our feet on the ground. Battling for souls. Not a religious thing. You guys know where I stand on religion. I'm a devout Christian, but I don't talk about that here except to tell you guys so you're aware. It's happening. And Madison, I feel like you are becoming more aware of these forces, of this energy around you. And that's not a bad thing, okay? It could be very dangerous because if you focus too much on the negative, you're going to bring in more negative. And in your case, specifically with this card, that means attachments. What I need you to do, what the universe wants you to do, is just focus on the positive, especially in the next 2 weeks. Anything negative that happens to you, do your very best to turn it and flip it into a positive. What is the lesson you could learn? What is the takeaway from it? Because I do see you spiraling. If you're not already in this, very low vibrational, energetic state, not low vibrational as in like evil, but just not wanting to life, not feeling like adulting, there's a lot going on with you. I feel like a lot of it has to do with the people you're surrounding yourself with or that you're forced to be around. If this is people in a work situation, honey, find a new job. If this is someone you live with, baby girl, get out of there at all costs. There is very nasty energy around you and it's not yours. But the problem is it's so dirty and so just gross, to be honest with you, that it is eroding your light. Like it's taking from you all day, every day, as you wander and like go about your day. This is why you've been feeling tired. You've been feeling exceptionally weak. You've been feeling even more unmotivated, perhaps even crying a lot more or getting very, very angry a lot quicker or both. Do not snap out. The more you give into this energy, the more you don't go to work because you don't feel like it, the more you scream and holler when you get frustrated instead of talking it out, the more you cry because someone hurt you rather than understanding it's something that's wrong with them and you're perfect as you are, taking on other people's BS, the more you bring this on, the more darkness you're bringing into your spirit. Madison, this is a pretty serious message. I want you to, if you pray. Otherwise, speak to your deceased loved ones. Talk to your team as if they're right there with you because they are. Tell them how you're feeling. Ask for their help, their love, their energy to pull yourself out of this and hold on to any scrap of positivity that you may have right now. Get yourself out of this. You can do it. In the next week or two, there's going to be things that are coming into your life that are of a higher vibration, that are good, that could easily pull you out of this if you accept these opportunities. But you have to be aware of them. And the negativity around you right now is blinding you to anything better. You feel like you can't advance. You can't get ahead. You're stuck in a rut. You're always going to be stuck here. That is not the case. But you have to flip everything to the positive. Even if it seems impossible, you have to find the lesson in everything. And once you start doing that, life will be so much more positive for you. Girl, you have an amazing chart. You have a beautiful life plan. It's up to you to just start putting in a tiny drop of work and the universe will meet you more than halfway on it. As long as you're putting in the positivity, the positive effort, the universe will provide for you. All right, Miss Vera, we're here. Oh, Juan, you don't know. I am a Jersey girl. So, I grew up vacationing at the Jersey Shore. So, I am a little bit ghetto. I'm from Paterson, New Jersey. I mentioned earlier, I spent like 7 years in hardcore addiction, this is kind of like my amends to the universe is helping and kindness and love and bringing people to the peace that I found through spirituality.
Ready?
No, nut slap. So I'm not streaming. I'm not sleazing on Rumble.
They're sleazing, man.
Sleazing's greetings. I'm not streaming on Rumble yet. Ghost Dragons just got us up there. So there's like 4 videos right now. You have to get like a certain amount of subscribers or whatever it's called.
We got it. It's just I got to figure it out. I got to do a few things and then we're good to go. I'm going to run a test stream just to see how it goes later on. Probably next week. We'll see how things do.
Yeah, it's exciting. Yes, Blue Crossroads, absolutely. Miss Paranormal Pixie. She's like, my other second in command. She has her own stream on the channel when she feels, okay to do it on Thursday nights. And I don't have time right now for mentoring and things like that because I have a little kid and, I just have a lot on my plate. But Miss Lara, I trust completely. I actually go to her when I'm lost and confused because a lot of times mediums like myself and Miss Lara, it's very hard to read for ourselves, to read ourselves. I'm surrounded by dead people all the time who are just feasting on my energy and my light. You know, and the older I get, the more that will make me ill and make me sick. But Paranormal Pixie is definitely on point all the time. And Darling Deb is too. She just hasn't accepted it for herself yet, but we're working on that because she's going to be the third as far as, you know, immediate. And I think so many of you guys in here do. We just don't talk about it.
She's next, by the way, if you just want to
Miss
lead right
Deb,
into that.
yeah, everyone. Yeah, I mean, everyone here is amazing. And we all have like our own giant personalities, but I think coming together in love the way we do is the key. We don't come in here with expectation and of anyone, and we come in here with, you know, kindness in our hearts. And I think that is really all anyone should ever be asking for. You know, if you have expectations, you will be let down every time. Miss Deb, I'm going to use Deep, Dark, and Dangerous, the Blue Crossroads deck. I just don't have a lot of room, so I'm trying to like reorganize my decks really fast, guys. Just give me 1 minute, please, because I don't want them falling on the floor. All right. I spoke with Mike Roberts today on Facebook. I was hoping I'm the dog that toots out loud and scares the crap out of myself. For now, we're going to get you out of that, baby girl. I love it. You know who we're missing, by the way? We're missing Smooch. Also, there was someone else we were missing as well.
Andrew.
Oh, dang it. Andrew, I haven't seen him. I know when he's on the road, he's like iffy, like 50-50. I'm going to do a timestamp for Melissa Nicole if she doesn't answer. She really needs the reading.
Okay.
And Miss Casey as well. And I didn't get a comment back from him. It was about Rumble that he went on and followed me. But I did ask him, like, what's up? You know, what's going on? He seemed okay. None of his numbers work, so I can't message him. And I don't have an email. Don't worry. I'll get him. I'll find out how he is. Yeah, nut slap more than likely. No judgment, though. Ooh. Ooh, excellent. So, guys, don't forget my shorts. I've been doing even more songs. I know how much so many of you love my songs. Today, I did do a Christian song, but it wasn't like anything over the top. Just something I was feeling. And I just want to say real quick, Deb, I'm sorry, but you know, this is how I roll. The Nicki Minaj stuff, I know her lyrics can be a little... but the reason I choose, first of all, I love her. And the reason I choose a lot of those songs is because they mean something personal to me, like a time in my life when I would listen to them and they light me up. So please don't get offended by the gross language she uses sometimes. It really is all in good fun. What are you doing? Oh, excuse me. All right, Deb, you got Hades, the underworld. Bat Mom, I actually did. I gave you a pretty long answer. I don't know when it was, though. Yeah, Darling Deb, that was Plum. That's actually a Christian song, but it wasn't. I tried to keep it non-Christian when I sang it. You get to choose. I just found out today you can choose like which part of the song you want, which would have been helpful when I did Taylor Swift's This Is Why We Can't Have Nice Things, because I started laughing and my mom was like, why did you laugh at the end of that? And I'm like, because she laughs and says, oh, I can't even say it with a straight face, but it didn't.
So
yeah, and I know
I had to answer it.
That's okay. Nicki Minaj, the Nicki Minaj songs that I do are they're from like 2008 and 10. And it was just a really nice time in my life. I just like her. But I noticed that a couple of the lyrics did raise some eyebrows, but you guys know me well enough to know that I'm just playing, and it was never anything hateful. Stephen, I do apologize. What were you saying now? Is everything okay? Was it your granddaughter?
It was, yeah, they're leaving in the morning. They just wanted to say goodbye.
Okay. I knew that's who it was as soon as you answered. I thought you were kidding at first. Thank you, Richard. I'm glad you guys are watching. The shorts are getting me so many more views. that video of my son when I said, what do you do when we play Get Married? And he got on a knee and he's like, you put the ring on the girl's finger. That is the most viewed video out of over 1,000 on my channel with 6,500 views on that 15-second clip.
I don't know the one where you're calling out the girl like, what's your intention, miss? It's going up there too.
It's up there, but it's nowhere near where RJ's is. He's like, I'm going to go viral. He thinks we're famous because he thinks like when he watches YouTube on the TV that mommy's on TV. I just let him think it. Thank you. Yeah, that's my spoiled baby. All right, Miss Deb, thank you for your patience. Everything has a cycle and a time span. Death is a natural part of life. Nobody's dying, so don't worry about that. Plan a legacy. What matters most? Did you get something similar to this last week? Knowing this helps you live a better life, move through change. What ideas have passed their use-by date and can be left behind? There's a great myth that many people do not know about the Greek underworld of the god of Hades. Hades had two brother gods, Zeus and Poseidon. When their father Kronos divided up the kingdoms of the world so as to not cause a fight, the brothers decided the fairest way was to draw lots for their kingdom. So Hades inherited the underworld by lot, and his brothers Zeus and Poseidon received the sky and sea respectively. While Zeus was the leader of the three, Hades was neither monstrous evil, nor was he ugly. Did you get this exact card? Like many dark gods, Hades has a bad reputation simply because of his association with death and darkness. As one of the gods of the underworld, Hades was well respected by Greeks, and they were careful to honor him well, yet of course he was feared. Unlike, say, Ares, Hades was not a particularly nasty god and even looked for love a little more seriously than his brothers. The story of Persephone is possibly the most famous story featuring Hades, and one that shows that death is just another cyclic part of life. In the oldest form of the myth, Hades falls in love with Demeter's daughter Persephone, and it is a chaste and proper love. Hades goes to Zeus for permission, and Zeus promises Persephone's hand in marriage. Unfortunately, Zeus does not tell the women this and forgets his promise to Hades. Hades waits and waits and waits. One day, while watching his love happily frolicking on a day out with her friends, Hades rises up out of the ground and kidnaps her. He takes her down deep to his dark domain of the underworld and tries to woo her, explaining that she was promised to him. Demeter, goddess of agriculture and a dedicated mother, searches the world over for her daughter. She is, of course, no longer to be found on the surface of the earth. In her huge grief, Demeter stops facilitating the growth and production of all food and plants. Everything dies back, there's no food, and the race of man begins to starve. Meanwhile, Hades offers Persephone a red pomegranate. This is the fruit of death, and anyone who eats of this must stay in Hades. By this time, the gods have figured out that Hades has Persephone, and Zeus asks his brother to free her. Black Dragon, you are so right, baby. However, Persephone has partaken of the 6 seeds of the fruit, so Hades now has claim to her. In fairness, Demeter negotiates with Hades so that Persephone can live 6 months of the year with Hades and 6 with her. Persephone becomes queen of the underworld in her own right, and then, led by her torch-bearing friend Hecate, rises from this realm to spend time with her mother for the rest of the year. So this is how the seasons were formed. Every 6 months, the earth dies back, and Hades claims the winter season and his bride, and Demeter claims her daughter back for the growing seasons of spring and summer. The underworld is a realm like any other, and one that, although full of mystery, is full of possibilities. Death is the step before rebirth. A fallow field with nothing growing is necessary so that things may be planted and spring forth again. The underworld, like our unconscious, is a place of infinite possibilities. Your plant companion, Deb, is the lily, and your crystal companion is black tourmaline. So, Smoochie girl, I was just saying. Yep, I did, didn't I? So, Deb, I do feel like you are on a precipice of something new and exciting in your life. I feel like the death surrounding you got 2 cards like 2 weeks in a row about rebirth, renewal, but like literal death. It's just I feel like it has to do with those cursed masks that you have that you inadvertently picked up. Again, that's just the energy surrounding you, so don't worry about that. Nobody's dying physically as far as I can see, but this is talking about stepping into a new role that you're going to play for yourself, okay? So instead of being everything to everyone and putting Deb on the back burner, Deb is going to start being who and what Deb wants to be and when. This you know, when I put on my I take my hair out of my messy bun, put on, you know, my outfit and put on my makeup and my wig, I'm becoming Gemma Jade, right? That's who I love to be. That is who I am deep down inside now. But it took me a few years of having to become Gemma for me to actually be Gemma, to be this person where I preach kindness and love and integrity, to pull myself out of the person I was conditioned to be my entire life. And to understand that it doesn't matter what I look like on the outside, even though people always pay so much attention to how I look. And they forget that I'm a best-selling author. I have a pretty high IQ. I'm kind. I help. Like, they don't want to hear any of that. They just want to attack my looks or bug me about them. So it takes time to fill our own shoes, so to speak, when we start spiritually elevating. Okay. When we start vibrating higher and higher, we start becoming a new version of ourselves. And I feel like you're on the precipice of that. You're ready. And I do feel like the opportunities are going to start flying in, but you have some decisions to make. Okay. If you're approaching any of this with fear of failure, you have no choice but to fail. Trust in your intuition, because your intuition, again, is your guide. It's your team rooting for you, trying to help you. But you have to let them in. You have to believe in yourself. You have to let them. And I'm going to help you as much as I can. Like we talked about, like work on that, right? It's just you moving into a whole new phase in your life, really coming through a spiritual awakening out of the dark night of the soul and stepping in, filling your own shoes and being in your power. And whoever doesn't understand it, that's okay. You don't have to cut them off as long as they're treating you with respect and dignity. Enforce your boundaries in the next 2 weeks. Someone's going to be questioning this journey you're on. I don't think they're going to like it. Not that they're going to like, it's not like your husband's going to want a divorce because you're on the spiritual journey. But I just feel like there are some people around you who may feel a little bit icky about it. Or on the other opposite end of the spectrum, they're going to be very, very interested. And you may not have all the answers. And that could be why I'm feeling this uncomfortability, because people are looking to you to explain and you're still learning. That's okay. Go with your gut, okay? Go with your instinct. You are coming out of a dark night of the soul. That is a major thing, okay? And you have people that are here to help you. And if you don't know the answer to something, it's okay to say, I don't know. But it's also okay to say the answer that comes to you and say it with power and with, you know, put some respect on it. Put some respect on my name. Put some respect on that answer. Trust and believe in yourself. It doesn't matter who trusts and believes in you around you in the next 2 weeks specifically. Trust and believe in yourself. You are going very far and you're becoming more aligned with your contracted path very, very quickly. I agree, Gemma. We get judged on our looks. Happens to me too. Weird. My whole life, up till very recently, or I get people that offer to help me and do all these amazing things. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's so nice of you to see this potential in me and to want to help me out of the kindness of your heart. And then they turn out to be pigs. I'll help you if you, yeah, no. Mm-mm. It's been this way my whole life. I've been judged on my looks. I know a lot of people don't like to hear that because they're like, oh, woe is me. Listen, I didn't ask to look like this. Human Gemma didn't ask. And I think it's very unfair, for better or worse, to look at someone and make a snap judgment. My whole life, women have hated me just by looking at me, and men have called me the B word and told me I looked unapproachable. I would literally go sing karaoke by myself because I had no friends. I still don't have like real life friends. I have 2. But I do have you guys, and that's why I love you guys. Because you don't make me feel any type of like uncomfortable way, you know? And if you ever did, I could just tell you and we don't have to not be friends anymore. Who took whose wrench? Not again. Guys, I always forget to go back in. There's like 3 people missing wrenches right now. Yeah, Miss Smoochie. Yeah, but you know what? You gave me a chance, at least. You didn't just make a snap judgment and never look back. You gave me a chance to prove myself, that I'm a decent human being. I have to prove that to people a lot more, I think, than most people. Do you know what I'm saying? There he is. I swear we are willing people in here tonight. Holy smokes. That is so cool. Guys, I'm just fixing the wrench issue. Oh, I feel so bad. Pit Chat's on right now. I don't like competing with them. The thing is, I used to do this show for years and years on Wednesday, but ever since my son started kindergarten, I just can't do that anymore. So I have to do it on weekends.
Usually he doesn't stream.
Go ahead.
He usually doesn't stream on Fridays, but they do things according to guests. So he probably has a guest on.
Yes, they do. So I just came into YouTube for the first time in a long time to do wrenches, and it says you can now put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. Morgan 5171, I did not see you before. I do apologize. Okay. Seriously? Steven, just talk for 1 second while I fix this. Oh, thank you, Richard. And I don't mind hearing that. It's just when it's all you hear ever is gets annoying.
Yeah. I do speak once in a while, 50 area.
Yeah, sorry. I do most of the talking.
Yeah, on Wednesday nights, I just try to keep it down because, she's trying to do things in her head and talking this strange thing. So I just let her do her thing. I joke in once in a while just so I can get stepped on and squashed.
Well, we have a chat on Tuesdays, though, where you talk at least more.
And then I have my Wednesday show.
Ghostdragonzw does his own streams as well. No, I don't. Of course, I don't mind being. I'm 40 years old. I have 5 kids. I love being told I'm hot, but I don't mind being told by people that understand there's way more to me than the way that I look. If I take my wig off, well, I'd have a wig cap, but normally I just put it in like a messy bun because I really do like my wigs, and I have a vitamin B deficiency that sometimes makes me lose my real hair. So I can't dye it. So wiggies. All right, Miss Paranormal Pixie. Morgan, good to see you. I don't remember if you're new or not, but either way, definitely welcome. So Miss Pixie, Mike Roberts, first of all, Mike Roberts, I am so excited to see you. Yeah, no, my hair is actually good now. It's not falling out now. This is just me loving the blonde wig. But it does happen sometimes where like chunks just come out. I think it's left over from my addiction. I weighed 86 pounds. I was super unhealthy. And I think it's just like left over. Yeah, I just went in and did wrenches again. I'm still in there if anyone who was supposed to have one doesn't. Yeah, and it goes, I wouldn't do well on YouTube. If I started my channel like this year or last year, I don't know how well I do because I'd be doing spirituality and politics. And I just don't think that would work because my politics are a little bit different than most people's. Okay, yeah, until you get kicked back in the basement again. Miss Pixie, I am using Sacred Earth Oracle, and you are the actual reason that I pulled this deck out tonight to use. Your team was bugging me about it, so I was just saying, we don't have Miss Smoochie in here. Where's Miss Smoochie? And then I said, or right before that, I had said, I spoke to Mike Roberts on Facebook today, but I hope that both of you came in one right after the other, right after we were speaking about you. Mike's like my little brother. All right, Miss Pixie, let's see what Sacred Earth has to say. I'm very interested. I brought a lot of new decks out. Not new, but, like ones I haven't used in a while for you guys because we've been getting like the same cards. All right, Miss Pixie, you got the card of moderation. Wait till you guys see the art on this card. So cool. Check that out. I'm either blonde or pink. Yeah, basically. Juan, oh yeah. I just hit 3,000 subscribers less than a month ago, and I already have 3,100. So I'm so blessed and grateful. Breaks out the blue one. Oh yeah, the blue one every once in a while. The blue one's a little wiggy. I have to find a blue one like this, like with a good part where people don't know. Yeah, I love the pink ones too. Thank you. You guys are so sweet. All right. Sorry, Miss Pixie. Earthly meaning, a coping mechanism, a helper, or an attitude that has served you has reached its limit. The impulse to pull back from a situation or a relationship, a stray word or action offers a taste of things to come. Letting go of moderation reveals more than expected. Resist or be resistant to, adding insult to injury. When you remove emotions, then what's left? Love is the only thing you enter this world with, and it is the only thing you will take with you when you leave. It is your true essence. Guys, I tell you all the time, love is the key to everything. Love is the answer to everything. Love, 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 kindness, love, 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 love. I sound like a broken record, but see, it really is true. Everything else is transient, like clouds passing by, here for the moment and then gone. Look within yourself and you will see that love is not a distant shore, but an ocean of light inside of you, Miss Pixie. Insight. Salt is essential to every life form on Earth. In the wild, animals visit areas where there are natural salt deposits and lick the ground or eat the clay to get the salt they require. In the human body, salt is necessary for the function of nerves and muscles, the regulation of fluids, and blood pressure control. Our relationship with salt can be traced back to the very earliest of farmers. It was used to preserve meat, to tend wounds, and scattered on the land of enemies to deem it barren. Salt has even been used as currency and included in religious offerings. There are references to salt in ancient Egyptian art, the Vedas, and the Hebrew Bible. In ritual, salt was linked to preservation, purification, protection, and the true essence of self. Only 6% of the salt that is manufactured in today's world is used in food. It's used in many thousands of ways in the production of glass, rubber, dyes, etc. Salt is vital and versatile, but it also makes 97% of Earth's water undrinkable for humans. Putting your toe in the water won't tell you how salty it is. So there's a few definite messages here. My favorite color is green, but I just don't know if I would be able to wear a green wig. I've considered it. I've got a little purple one. All right, I'm sorry. Focus, Gemma. I'm a professional. I do feel like hiding behind a mask of everything's fine, I'm good, I'm smiling, Avi, is kind of not going to be in style anymore for you. I feel like you are ready to finally step up and stand up for yourself. I don't want to say defend yourself because I don't feel like you're really being attacked. I feel like, though, there is just someone in your life or in your orbit in general, outside of yourself, the insecurities you already have, that is making it so much worse. And you're just letting them, you're just like, well, you don't have to understand. They don't understand what you're going through. They don't understand what you're trying to do. They don't understand what you're trying to achieve in some area of your life. And you're like, well, to each his own. Yeah, to each his own when you're living and let living, right? Not to each his own when you're constantly making someone second guess themselves, making someone feel less than. And someone is doing this to you and has been for a while. I don't believe they're doing it on purpose. I think they genuinely just don't understand. And they genuinely have been so conditioned to think whatever this is that you're doing. And I do really feel like it has to do with, Nicole. It has to do with the spiritual journey that you're on. People don't have to understand. And it's not our job to make people understand unless they come to us and ask for direction or questions. Mark. Yes, thank you. I'll take that title. But if somebody is belittling us, whether they're doing it on purpose, it can accidentally happen. Someone makes a face or someone, while you're talking or, I just feel like you are like at your wit's end with it, but you don't want to react out of character. You're loving, you're kind, you treat everyone with respect and with dignity, but no more. So in the next week or two, Lara, stand up for yourself. You can do that without being cruel. You're allowed to stand up for yourself and to not be made to feel that way. And if the person truly doesn't know that's what they're doing, tell them and see if it stops. And if not, you take it from there. Now, there's another message here where it said, when you remove emotions, what's left? When you remove feeling bad or guilty or feeling like you're going to hurt someone else's feelings. Girl, if they're hurting your feelings, I'm sorry. An eye for an eye and the whole world will be blind. Yes, but you should be having conversations, not just taking it and being like, well, that's just the way so-and-so is. Well, you've got to come to some kind of term with it, Lara, because you're growing and evolving. You see these birds, that's your freedom right there. That is you moving into this beautiful space of opportunity and of rising in your spirituality and leveling up and glowing up and the things that you're dreaming about having. So like I dream of possibly having my own show on the Travel Channel. I dream of having the spiritual retreat to bring the light workers in and to realign them and get them more spiritually active and evolved for the collective. Your dreams in terms of your spirituality, okay, are having such a harder time manifesting because you're listening to this crap come out. Just make peace with whoever this is about the situation. They don't have to accept it and you don't have to stop it. Okay? And if they don't stop or if anything, more negative happens, remember, take the emotion out of it. It's not about emotions. It could be someone you love. It could be just, I know you don't have children, but just say you're one of your kids or whoever you love most in the world, right? That doesn't mean they have the right to belittle you or make you feel small. I just bit the side of my tongue. Side of my mouth, I mean. Also, watch your diet, watch your salt intake. Obviously, if you're having any physical health problems, you don't want to miss any doctor's appointment and things like that. Watch out for salt intake, high blood pressure, things like that coming in the next few weeks. You should be okay, but when I get little nibbles of warnings like this, just be extra aware. Yes, multifaceted jewels. I can read for Philip. Oh. Well, thank you very, very much, Mark Halstead and Juan. Black dragons, you are a beautiful person inside and out, your own personal darkness, and now you shine brightly with a light cause of it. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I don't do it for the praise, but again, I'm human and it feels good to make others feel good. I finally found where I fit. Like I finally found where my gifts fit, where like seeing dead people I'm not the weird girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool, Gemma, I guess. Remember when Chandler did that on Friends? That didn't happen. All right, who's next?
Nicole Perone.
Let's see. Nicole Perone, I'm going to use higher self. Yeah, you look awesome. And that, like, not too many people can wear that color. Oh, I love being weird. I'm good with that. If I wasn't weird, then... Smoochie, the message for Lara wasn't about salt being good or bad. It was about her blood pressure. It was about just watching that with herself. It wasn't about like a statement about salt. Pick me. All right, let's see what your higher self has to say, girl. And Ghost Dragons, I'm sure you already wrote it down, but we're going to do Philip. Share a story. A story about what? I can tell you guys a story at the end if you want. I'm always telling my own stories. I am usually like a complete and total open book, which works in my favor most of the time. You need to log out. If you're really leaving, have an awesome night, and thank you so much for coming in. I hope to see you again. We're here every weekend. Next weekend, I will more than likely be doing this on Saturday, though, because I'll be at my mom's house. But we're also Tuesday afternoons at 1 p.m. Eastern. Nicole, you got overcoming obstacles. All right. It's a little bit of a long one, but chill. Juan, have a great night. And sincerely, thank you so much for coming in. Nicole, today's tears water tomorrow's garden. You are in the midst of experiencing an obstacle. Life is full of challenging situations, and at times, one obstacle follows another without any time in between. Naturally, obstacles feel discouraging and yet sometimes can derail your plans or completely set you back. It is understandable to become frustrated and disappointed as you struggle to overcome your current problems. You may be experiencing a lack of resources, a lack of inspiration or knowledge, a failure, a lack of abundance or support, or even stagnancy. Often, obstacles are seen as permanent stop signs or indications that you lack the necessary skill to achieve or succeed and should thus discontinue forging ahead. This card brings to your attention the repetitive negative self-talk you may be engaging in as you are met with unexpected hurdles and disappointments. Your higher self requests that you modify your inner conversations and shift your mental attitude. Nicole, it's time to address the toxic inner narrative since it shapes your reality and affects how you will surmount the career obstacles in place. Invest in a positive mantra to help you harness your inner power and courage and transform your self-talk. You are being asked to pause your self-talk perception from one of fear. Nope. You are being asked to pause and shift your perception from one of fear to one of love. Your higher self knows that obstacles are opportunities with blessings in disguise. Take time to connect with your higher self to ascertain what you can learn from your situation rather than focusing solely on setbacks or the negative aspects of the obstacle. So, first of all, Lotus Girl, you should be listening to this too. And second of all, Jules, no, I did not yet. Secondly, Nicole, I've been saying this all night. These obstacles are on your path to help you assess your current plans, revisit your original intention to make sure you continue to remain aligned with your goals, and identify potential areas of improvement. These setbacks may even reroute you in a new direction that will lead you to even more success than you could have imagined. Know that your higher self is actively helping you overcome the obstacles on your path and has your best interest at heart. I started off talking about this tonight because I don't know if you were here or not, but I woke up on Wednesday and my contracts, it had been sent to the wrong email. So I didn't know I no longer had a job and I have no income now, except YouTube. I just woke up and that was the case. Now, don't get me wrong. I have other opportunities that have since come in. And the one thing I said to myself, this is why I bring this up, is, okay, the universe did this to me, but the universe doesn't do things to us. The universe does things for us. So what did the universe do this for? And then things started happening with my book. Bang, bang, bang. Now I still don't have any income coming in besides YouTube, but I will. I'm on the way. I reassessed the situation and learned the lesson from it. Do I know the lesson yet? No, but I did turn it around. I know there is a lesson, and I knew that this job was taking up 98% of my time. And for any opportunities that may come in where I can make even more money and be more prosperous and get my name out there more and grow my channel and my brand, I would need more than 2% of my time, right? So the universe wiped this job out and is bringing in something new. That is the message for you. What is going on with you? It did specifically mention career, but I think there's a few other areas of your life. Like, I just think you have a lot going on that you feel is like negative, like you can't get a break. You know, every time you take 2 steps forward, the universe pushes you 10 steps back. I do feel like that's how you feel. And so many of us feel this way so much of the time. Light workers specifically. What's up, Vera Ray? Welcome back, sweetie. The universe is telling you, if you can do this one thing, it can change everything that's going on in the snap of a finger, Nicole. Look at all of the situations that you see as negative. The situations you would look at and say, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to me? Why did this have to happen now? Look at those terrible situations and try to flip it and think of, okay, like I said with the time thing, you know, the universe did X, Y, and Z, and I don't know what the lesson is yet, but now something bigger and better is going to come in. And once you really start believing that, and once that lesson hits you and you understand it, your whole mind frame has now changed. Now, instead of focusing on the negative and bringing in more negative, what happens is the more we focus on the bad things, the negative things that happen to us, the more negative and bad things we are pulling in inadvertently, because we're saying to the universe, man, I have no money to pay my bills. And the universe is saying, okay, you have no money to pay your bills. Ding. You know, like, you have to focus on the positive. It's very hard to train your mind to do that. But if you find yourself being sucked back into why me, why this, why, just look to your spirit team, look to the universe, look to your higher self and say, show me Show me the opportunity that's supposed to replace this horror. Why? Teach me the lesson so I can learn. Ask and you shall receive. Your spirit team does listen, but they cannot get involved unless you invite them to. Nicole, everything is going to be more than okay. You are on your way to great success. Brilliant, even. We all are. But you have to believe that. And you have to believe it like you believe your name is Nicole Perrone or whatever your real name is. You know what I'm saying? You got this. You can do this. Thank you, Mark. I know you guys do. That's why I was so glad I had this stream. I've been preparing for it because I'm like, all right, at least I'm going to feel even better. You know, I know that the universe has something so much more amazing in store for me. And with friends like you guys and Ghost Dragons doing everything behind the scenes, it's like a thankless job. I feel so helpless sometimes because he'll do something so tremendous for me. And all I can do is say thank you. And I feel like it's not enough. Like I want to if I won $1 million, I'd be pushing at him like, take more, because you guys are invaluable to me.
And you know dang well that I'd give it right back to you.
I know. He won on a lottery ticket one time and he's like, I'm going to give you some of this money because I know you can use it. This was a couple of years ago, I think 2 years ago or a year ago maybe. And I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. I found out a couple weeks ago that he gave me the entire his portion of the whole ticket. And it wasn't about the money. It could have been anything that he gave me. Like he didn't even split it in half. That's the kind of friends that I have, that if I need something, you guys are all in. And again, not just talking financially. When I put up a short 15-second video on YouTube asking for prayers and love and light, I felt better within 45 minutes. That was you guys. 100% you guys. All right, who's next? I'm leaving everyone waiting.
It's all right. Hey, the Mark's next.
Mark, all right.
Yeah, Mark, I've been sneezing. I'm probably done blowing my fire out.
So, RJ,
it's so hard. It probably looks like I'm crying.
I did think for a second you were crying, and I was going to stop, but then I realized that you would.
But then I'm also got tears because I'm not going to see them again for a while too. So.
Oh, honey. Yeah, Mike, we have all, no judgment or indictment, but we have all been really concerned about you. You can't just fall off the map. Even if you message someone and say, look, I'm good, I just really don't feel like talking right now. We all do it. I take weeks off all the time where I don't answer anyone's texts or calls. But dude, we were all so worried.
No, I seen him in Facebook. I knew he was doing okay.
Oh, dang. I was going to say something too. Oh, RJ's teacher gave him a new Star Wars Jedi coloring book, but a new reading book to read at night for bed. And it's called Dragons Love Tacos. And the dragons don't like spicy salsa and they accidentally eat it. So all the dragons burn the house down. It's this crazy story. It does make me think of you because dragons always do. All right. Mark
down houses. I mean, look what happened here.
Did
I sneezed so hard and it just caught the garage on fire.
That was so horrible. Oh, we're supposed to get a major blizzard on Sunday.
I was going to say, be expecting him to be home Monday and Tuesday.
In northern New Jersey, yeah.
Your mom might get nothing but ice, though.
Yeah, we don't get. I've only been to her house one time in all the years she's lived there 3 years. And we got so much snow one time. I was there visiting, and I couldn't get home. But yeah, definitely here in northern New Jersey, we are getting hit with a big blizzard. All right, I'm sorry, guys. Thank you for your patience with me. I'm always chatty, but I'm a little extra tonight.
Is because of your chattiness. We got to hear you ramble. It wouldn't be Gemma without the ramble behind it. That's why I put you on Rumble, because you're rambling and rumbling all the time.
That is so true. Bat Mom, I love you, girl. Remember, if you need to talk, I'm here. Jarvis, yeah. So I think it's coming from Ohio too, moving eastward. I think we're east from you guys. I'm not good with geography or direction.
Yes, we're east of you.
I thought I was east of you because I'm the easternmost besides New York, right?
Yeah, you're actually pretty much northeast of
northeast. Yeah, okay. So it's coming to you guys, and then we're getting our first snow.
Actually, I think the southern half of the state's supposed to get hit worse than us.
We didn't get well, I was in Tom's River with Mom last year, but we didn't get any snow. And then 2 years ago, no snow. I do not like the snow, okay? I'm not an earth person. I have to make peace with the snow. I know I'm going to have to be out there
My
building
sled's ready to
snowman.
go.
Building snowman with my big old long nails and my wig. Although when I'm with him, I usually snap them off, leave my regular hair, and thug it out because I know I'm going to be rolling. All right. Stop talking. That was for me, not y'all. So it's funny you got the house mouse, Mark, the card of work together, because I haven't used this deck in a while. I shuffled, when I pulled it out at first, this card was on top. So I cleansed the deck, I prayed over the deck, and I shuffled it up again. And when I laid it down, this card was on top again. And then I just shuffled it again, and this card is on top. So a big message coming in for you here with the illustrated bestiary house mouse. It's funny that in the illustrated bestiary, there is a card, remember forgetting the human. Blue Crossroads, I couldn't agree with you more. Nut slap, February 10th, Chinese New Year, the year of the wood dragon. I did know it was the year of the dragon. All right. Musculus, the house mouse. Mouse is unobtrusive, slipping between cracks and scurrying behind walls. We notice her by the destruction she leaves behind, chewed wires and ruined books, food made inedible to us by her munching. Mouse churns through paper at an enviable rate, destroying in hours what it took years to create. That's because Mouse rarely goes it alone. She always has help. Mouse breeds prolifically. Where there is one, there are sure to be more. And once you have not mouse but mice, it's mind-boggling what havoc these small creatures can wreak. Work together, Mouse advises. You don't have to be big to be mighty. Mark, I don't know what area of your life this is. This could be... It's so weird. I don't know who you're talking about, Juan, but when I was younger, that's the celebrity everyone always told me I looked like. Always. Because when she did the Babysitters Club, I had the same haircut. That is so strange you just said that. I've been told I looked like her my whole life with my real hair. Okay. I don't know what area of your life this is, Mark, and I'm blocking the chat so I don't get distracted. Like I can't see you guys because the card's there. It could even be in here, like something maybe you're dealing with spiritually. I know you're being mentored now, which is so amazing. I'm so glad we had someone that was able to do that for you when I didn't have the time. You have to work together. I don't know if this is personally or again with this online community, with your mentor. There's something here that you feel maybe you can't express. You don't feel safe enough to express this, or you feel like you have to do this alone because nobody else is going to understand. There's something here that's bothering you. And if you don't know what this is, that's unfortunate because that means it's something that's coming in. I would prefer to read for you guys when it's something you're going through so you can take the advice right away. But this card is saying whoever, like you have people around you that you can be completely open with and share yourself. And you're not going to lose them because of it. They're not going to judge you because of it. Again, like in this community. What's up, Carl? But if you hold it in and you're not honest, not meaning you're a liar, meaning like lying by omission, like you're not telling someone something that you really want to, you're holding back. You're holding something back. And whatever you're trying to accomplish is never going to work until you're 100% honest with the person you're dealing with, the people you're dealing with, or with yourself. I do feel there's a second message here real quick, and that is you're not getting along with someone. And the universe is saying, you know, remember, be mindful of tolerance and you're going to be rewarded. This person that you don't really care for and they don't care for you could end up in the next few weeks needing your help with something. The universe is looking at you to see the character you've built, to see if you're going to be kind and help them, or if you're going to say, no, remember when you A, B, and C. That is totally your choice, and there will never be a judgment on you, but it will determine your next steps in your spiritual journey and the opportunities that are going to come in for you. Who's next? Carl, if you're at work and need a reading, just let us know. And Jules also has a friend with her, so they're waiting. We'll get you guys done as quickly as possible.
Well, Roger, if you're here, please let me know. That's who I'm trying to get.
I see that.
And then Richard Elmore, if you're still here, let me know. And we know Jules, they're next. Jules and Philip is next. But
Okay,
if one of those two show up first, I'd like to do them first.
Okay. And Carl after Jules and Philip, please. And Carl, I'll try to make it quick, honey. Not like short in their readings, but I mean less rambling. So Roger and Richard, guys, if you're here, please let us know. And Jules, I'm going to start with you with the Shaman's Dream. Bring in the noise, bring down the house. Whoa, we came here to turn the party out. That was a really cool looking card. You're welcome, sweetie. All right, Miss Julie girl. Card number 38, many masks. Many masks. All right. I like her, Blue Crossroads. I think she's a great actress. She's beautiful. All right, I'm blocking the chat again with the card. I don't want to be distracted. Keep talking, though, guys. Keep chatting. Jules, the authentic self, energizing internal allies, and a conscious shift. We live in a world where everyone we see wears a mask. We wear these masks to cover up and protect who we really are. We learn to do so because we've been conditioned to try to appear a certain way to fit into society. Do you ever have a point where you can't swallow? That's what just happened. Masks allow us to belong, so we remain within the confines of what is expected of us. Masks are not inherently bad. Rather, they provide context and structure for our personalities and soul's expressions. Some of us might believe that a particular mask fixed and hardened onto us is our permanent face, with a multitude of faces enabling us to experience a fuller, more vibrant world. Right now, it's really important to allow yourself to experiment, to experience the world in all of its myriad potentials and possibilities. Try on different masks and let yourself be fluid and curious. How will you know what you love and what you resonate with if you don't take off the mask you've always worn and test drive some new ones? Your authentic essence will never change. It will only express itself differently through these optional selves. Through trial and error, you discover more and more about who you want to become. What would it feel like to explore this side of you? Anything is possible if you're willing to open up to your potential, Jules. You truly can move beyond the barriers that society has set. Use your imagination and step into your own magic. Yeah, so this is important, Jules. And I talked about this before, again, like with myself, where I said, like, I had to become Gemma Jade. You know what I'm saying? I had this vision of putting my light out there. What was that going to look like? Right? And again, it wasn't inauthentic because it was always a part of me. It was just a different way of expressing myself through kindness and love and with patience and dignity and happiness and fun to bring people in. And now Gemma is more a part of me, I think, than real me, meaning my government name person. I'm just Gemma all the time now. I don't have to become her anymore. And I'm so proud of that. And you guys did so much of that work, helping me to feel comfortable in this skin. I see here the symbol. It looks like a mask, but what else does it look like? The symbol for eternity, right? Your soul is eternal. Your being. You're always going to be who you are inside. But I feel like the universe wants you to step outside of your comfort zone. Go out of your way to do something you wouldn't normally do. Not in a dangerous way, but, you know, I took a huge chance just getting on YouTube and rambling about being lonely and alone in recovery and whatever else I was talking about. I didn't think anyone was ever going to listen to me. I did it kind of like as a lark. I did it for myself at that time. And this helps me just as much as it helped you guys. So I had to take that major chance. And I did it. And look, it was meant for me. And you may have to take many different steps in many different directions before you find what's right for you. But this hanging on to this idea of who you should be that has been perpetuated into you and conditioned into you since birth. This isn't to say you have to change and you're not a good person. It means you're such an amazing person and such a beautiful light being. How can you shine that light out more? What can you do? Don't give to your detriment. But is there something you always wanted to do, to experience, to give or to be? Try on that mask for a little bit. you're not relegated to one self, because all of the selves are you. They're just different aspects of they're different ways of expressing the same thing. Your soul mission 100% is to help people, what do they call the marginalized. I don't know why I always see that for you, but I do. But you have to feel more comfortable in your own skin before you can start doing that. I feel like this is pushing you to take that next step, Jules. Really move out of your comfort zone. Again, don't put yourself in danger, and don't allow people into your homes or personal spaces until you really know them. Don't be an open book right from the door, but go into it with positivity, feeling like knowing you're going to help, and you will. You can change lives. Even if on a small scale, one person, wouldn't it be worth it to take that chance? There's a chance you'll be rejected, but you're still going to be an amazing light being with kindness and love to give. So you just move on from it. Stop being afraid of rejection. Stop being afraid that if you let people see these other parts of you, you're going to be scorned. Philip. Okay, Mike, so if you don't respond, what I'll do is do a timestamp. Let me read for Philip and Carl, because she really has to get to work. And then Richard, I will get right to you, honey. Okay. Philip, I am going to use, I really want to use, okay, the Oracle of the Universe is calling to me, so I'm just going to do it. Yeah, Mark, see if it resonates. Yes, if it resonates with you, please take the message. All right, Philip, I hope you're listening. And by the way, welcome. Thanks for coming in and spending this time with us. Any friend of Jules is definitely a friend of ours. That's my baby, my Julie girl. All right, card number 34, Omega, Limitless, and it's the Omega Nebula. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, but I just gave 2 people their wrenches back, and I gave Juan a wrench, because most people in here have wrenches, and I do that for a reason, because when I get trolled bad, and I need all the backup I can get. Philip, stop limiting yourself unnecessarily. Why fear so much? Guys, this is 3 cards in a row saying the same thing. So if you had a card, Mark, Jules, pay attention to this as well. Understand why you limit yourself. Yes, you should develop healthy structure and discipline, but making yourself small on purpose benefits no one. Release yourself from anyone who consistently keeps you walking on eggshells. The Omega Nebula's main claim to fame is its massive star-producing capabilities. It is almost limitless. The combination of debris, dust, gases, and other unidentified swirls collide and combine to create the birth of young stars. While it is some 6,000 light years from Earth, it is incredibly bright, lots of radiation, but appears faint if we... Good night, Nicole. Love you. One, it really doesn't happen often. It's extremely rare, but they used to tear me apart. If we attempt to view it with the naked eye, it sits within the Sagittarius constellation and is a distinctive horseshoe shape of the Greek letter. Omega is the 24th and final letter in the Greek alphabet. I am the Alpha and Omega, the end and the beginning, and is an expression of being limitless and all there is. While some see Omega as a conclusion, the original colloquial meaning was the opposite of that, a kind of void where there was infinite possibilities. Your words of power, my creative abilities are limitless. I choose my own healthy limits. So, Philip, specifically in your case, and you guys too, I'm telling you, these 3 cards all went together. You have to start not only setting boundaries, but enforcing them. Because I remember before my awakening, and I use myself as an example because it's easier for me. Before my awakening, I would always threaten to leave relationships, but I wasn't really planning on leaving, but I would go the whole 9. Like, I'd get the suitcase, I'd start packing, but it's only because I wanted the attention. I wanted my partner to tell me, don't leave. But at the end of the day, after you do this for so long, the person knows you're not going anywhere. You just want attention, and they can ignore you, or they just stop it before it starts, right? You have to enforce the boundaries. You have to actually leave. If you behave this way again, if you say this again, if you don't start doing this, if you don't stop doing that, I'm going to XYZ, and then make sure you do it. That is going to be very important in the next 2 weeks. You definitely have a toxic person around you that does have you walking on eggshells, making you feel less than, making you second guess yourself, question yourself. Even when you know deep down inside you're doing the right thing, it's like, why can't I just make this person happy? Or why can't this person just leave me alone? Or whatever the whys are in your specific case, it doesn't matter because that's their BS. That's their trauma, their drama. Okay? Philip, you deserve better. I don't know if anyone's ever told you that or told you that in a while, but you do. Okay? You have the right to stand up for yourself. You have the right to your own autonomy. You have the right to your own opinions. And if there's someone that's telling you that you're always wrong, you're always the one to blame, it's always your fault, that's not coming from a place of love and kindness. And that's not how spiritual beings are supposed to behave. So you have to separate yourself from this person. They are draining you dry. You know how it says that this nebula specifically is like, has like the brightest stars and it just keeps producing them, right? But if we look at it with the naked eye, it looks faint. And that's like, there's no substance to this relationship and you're fading away in it. Whereas if you found someone who could really see you for who and what you really are, they would see that you shine so bright. Surround yourself with people who can see your brightness, who can see your light, and who appreciate you and reciprocate your kindness and your love. It's not always easy to walk away from someone we care about, or even if it's like a job situation where you're just connected, you need the money, whatever the case may be, it's not worth our soul. It's not worth our energy. You're walking around like dead man walking with all of this dead energy on you because you've been giving and giving and giving, and it's not being returned. It's just falling off you and dying. Energy doesn't die, but I think I'm trying to paint a picture here. You deserve better. The universe is offering you better in the next few weeks, but you have to put your foot down and you have to get rid of this toxicity wherever it is in your life. If there's more than one person, more than one situation, start working on it now. You got this. You can do this. You are a light worker. You're vibrating higher than these people. It doesn't mean you're better than them in any way. It just means they're vibrating down here and you're going through an awakening. And I know you are because you're in here right now with me. I bring people in that are coming into awakening. They find their way in. You're up here. How can you see eye to eye with someone if they're that far below you spiritually? You can't. Get away from them. All right. Miss Carl, I'm going to use Destiny's Portal. Eris. So that is Carrie. But when I first saw her come in like 3 years ago, the other chat I used to do, I was like, oh, Carl's here. And she took it well. It's been an ongoing joke. So I'm so glad to see you coming back in. All right. Richard, you will be next. Was it Richard or Rob? I think it was Richard. Richard came in and said he was here. Okay, you got Cernunnos. Cernunnos shows up in a lot of decks. Thank you, Richard, for your patience and letting me get the new people and the people at work moving along. I do appreciate when you guys do that. You definitely don't have to. All right. We spend much of our energy controlling our behavior, thoughts, and actions. It seems that we use our logic and reason to control our emotions and, to an even larger extent, our animal instincts. It's true that the world would probably be a scary place if everyone followed every instinct all the time. While too many rules, regulations, and social mores can be stifling and repressive, having some makes the world a much nicer place to exist. But there are times when acknowledging and indulging your primal urges can be good. If we cut ourselves off entirely from our ancient ties to the earth and nature, we lose an important connection that feeds our soul and inspires our mind. Our connection with the earth and nature is ultimately spiritual. However, earth and nature are physical as we are. Cernunnos is an ancient Celtic god. He has many titles: the Horned God, the Lord of the Hunt, and Pan. Here, he is honored as the Lord of Wild Things. He is a god of nature and fertility. He is the epitome of primal essence. He is all things physical. He is also a shaman and a shapeshifter. While he is primal and most ancient, there is one even more ancient, the All-Mother who gave him birth. Before him stands a young maiden ready to give herself to him. She is unafraid and defiant. Just let anyone try to stop her. It might seem like a bad choice. Normally you'd think, no, I shouldn't do that. But right now, apparently, Carl, yes, you should. This is the card of the Lord of Wild Things. Wildness is called for. Let yourself go, indulge, enjoy, celebrate. As you do so, be aware of and honor the spiritual connection that such a practice brings. Invite nature and spirit into your soul to nurture your spirit through the delight of your senses. The author's note does say, and I was going to say this anyway to a degree, please be aware that there is a decadent, wild enjoyment of the physical, and then there's being stupid. It literally says, don't be stupid. So again, we're not trying to convince you here to do things to your own detriment, okay? And that's why I have to put like a 400-word disclaimer in the description box of every Oracle live stream. Unfortunately, I really do have to do that. It is necessary. Carl, what this is saying is I feel like you're like judging some decision you need to make based on your past. And while the past is always a good place to look, like we want to learn from the past and not repeat the same mistakes. I'm glad you came in here because you could have made a really bad decision, because the universe is saying in this instance, the past cannot tell you anything about what's going to happen. So for instance, say you've kind of given up on love because you've been treated like poop and cheated on your last 8 relationships. Just say, I that's not what's happening, but just say. So someone comes into your life who is very sweet and kind and romantic, and they have all the qualities that you're looking for. But you're looking back and thinking, well, so did that one. And that one actually used to say that same thing. This guy's like, you just don't want anything to do with it. Now, there's a difference between not wanting anything to do with love in general or trying to date, but you're judging this man or woman on your past relationships. That's a problem. So whether this is a career opportunity, there's something here. And I feel like people are also telling you, people that care about you and want what's best for you are telling you, like, don't do this. It's a bad decision. Your spirit team is here now tonight, and they brought you in here to tell you, go for it with gusto, go for the gold. This is something you're meant to do. Whether it turns out good or bad, the lesson you're going to learn, whether it be positive or negative, is always going to be a positive lesson because you're learning from it. Okay. Good night, Mark. Love you. Carl, I don't know what this is or who this is about besides you. Please take this opportunity. Please say yes to whatever this is. It's going to work out really well for you. It's going to bring you into a time of abundance. So again, it could be changing careers. It could be meeting someone new romantically. It could be a soul family member coming in as a friend that you meet when you trip on the street and bang into a light pole and they're there to point and laugh at you, but you guys become friends. It's like that kind of energy. It's fun. It's silly. It's not heavy. It's meant for you. All right, Richard, and then hopefully our dragon will come back. Oh, there he is.
I'm here. I was just letting you finish. Just make sure you get Roger in there too, because he just popped back.
Oh, in. Roger popped up too? All right, so we're going to do Richard and then Roger.
And Roger.
All right.
Good night, Mark. Have a blessed one.
Good night, Mark. Love ya. So, Richard, I am using the Into the Lonely Woods. She said, yes, I know. That was a pretty cool message, right? I love you guys. A mountain cabin is definitely not a fallback plan. You know, Carl, if that's your thing, girl, maybe it will be. I wish you all the luck in the world. I think this is going to be a tremendous journey and adventure for you. Oh, Juan, I'm so glad that you came in. Girl, I'm not judging. If I could do that, I would. Trust me. Any day of the week. Probably every day, all day. Okay, Richard, the Communion of Tender Souls. So you guys have got to see how adorable this card is. It's card number 10. Come on. Look at this. You're welcome so much. I love you too. Richard, true communion comes in the moments where two who once felt strangers connect over the simple delight of the warmth that springs up between them. Our souls, for all they grow in solitude, crave those moments of connection. And here you have this moment. This kinship runs deep. It is created through what is shared but unspoken, what is understood without explanation, and what is seen without being exposed. The tender part of each of you has found a safe place, each within the other. Nurture and tend this gently and with respect, and allow both of you your freedom. In time, let us see what will be woven between you two souls. For now, rest in the bliss of this communion. So I don't know your romantic situation, but I do want to say this doesn't have to be a romantic card. This is about, like I just said to Carrie, soul connection, soul kinship, soul family. So you could definitely have a romantic partner in your midst. But if you're already like married or taken or not looking for, well, whether you're looking for love or not, it's coming in. It's just a matter of whether or not it's romantic or platonic. There is someone here, you already know them. I feel like you already feel a very deep connection. It's like when you meet someone and you can talk to them all night, like the first night you meet them, because you feel like you've known them forever. That's the type of energy here. And I feel like this person is not only bringing great energy into your life, this person is also going to be like the reason so many doors open for you too. They are going to help you move out of the mindset of lack, of this negative state that you could be falling in. And I'm sorry, my lips are really dry.
This is Richard, right?
This is Richard. Roger's next.
Right.
Yeah, Richard, this is you, honey. So, yeah, I feel like you need to accept this person as they are. I feel like you may feel like you feel weird about this person, but that's because you guys are soul connected. So if anyone comes into your life, or if you know someone like this, that you just feel like a bond with, spend time with them, talk to them more. They could be reaching out for you. This is the opening of so many doors. As soon as you and this person connect, again, it doesn't have to be romantically. But there's definitely a soul kinship here. I don't know if this is making sense to you, Richard, but there's someone in your midst who just adores you and would do anything for you. And you may not even know that, but I'm seeing the little cord, not the silver one, but the little like emotional attachment, like we are connected through soul contract cord that I always see in situations like this. So you and this person have a lot of learning and growing to do. So again, you either be working with them, being friends with them. There's some situation here where you're going to, oh, Juan, you can go into any of my videos. Usually, I did a short yesterday without the wiggy. Bob! So Richard, I don't know if you got that reading because you just said, yes, I'm next. But it was definitely soulmate coming in for you. It's going to, I see like a lot of opportunity coming in. Oh, Bob, you flatter me. All right, Roger Blair. I'm using Earth and Bone. I will think about taking the wig off. I do have to take a potty break after Roger, but I will be right back, guys. I know a lot of you have been waiting for a while, so don't go anywhere. You know I'm quick. Okay. All right, this is Roger. I always get Richard and Roger confused. I don't know why. Their names don't even sound the same. Okay. Roger, you got migration, card number 15, initiate beginnings, freedom, adventure, first step. Thank you. Make my goofy face. I don't know. All right, Roger. Sometimes you have to take a gamble. Do you have the patience it takes plus the courage towards risk to reap the rewards? Sometimes it might not work out and sometimes it will. But if you never take the chance, you'll never know. The hard truth is that no one is coming to save you, Roger. No one is going to hand you everything you want. No one is coming to help you change, teach you, or accept you until you do it for yourself. Sorry, I keep losing my place. Stop making excuses and go after the life you want. Change how you approach and do things. Still take action, but balance work and play. Choose to do it from a place of joy and love. Take time for yourself. You may be taking on too much. Roger, take breaks. Shift your process and thoughts. Let go of the need to do it all. Replenish yourself. Put in the time for self-care and balance. You do not need to complete everything on the checklist all at once. You are helped and guided. You may need to ask for help from others in order to receive it. Try to delegate what you don't enjoy if it needs to be completed. Affirmation. I believe in myself and my abilities. I am unstoppable. I am proud of myself and how far I have come. Roger, yeah, this is you. Again, we're talking about taking chances, right? This is you being like, you know what? I'm just going to go for it because there's something here that you want so bad. So it's not like you want to win the lottery. It's like this deeply ingrained thing that you want your life to become. It's something really important to how your life ends up. What's up, Latro? How your life ends up. So for me, it's my beach house I always talk about, right? It may even be something you're dreaming of that you don't talk about with other people. But I feel like with this card, what the universe is saying in the next week or two, even through the next month, if you start talking about your hopes and your dreams to accomplish whatever this is or to end up wherever this is, people are going to start being like, oh, I can help you with this. And you're going to get so much help that you're going to make it to this goal so much faster than you ever thought possible. You got this, but the universe cannot help you unless asked. Your team can't help you unless asked. And the people around you can't help you unless they know you need help and what you need help with. So you have to speak up. You have to talk to people. You have to let everyone know what it is you want to do, because I feel like this has been going on for a long time where you've been hoping and wishing and dreaming, but you just don't know how to go about getting started. Switch your mindset as best you can to one of positivity. Balance work and play. Don't just work all day and be like, oh, I'll get to that later. I'll get to that at some point. No, the time is now. If you're waiting for the perfect moment is right now. You got this, but you have to say it out loud. You have to put it out there. You got this. Who's next?
Jillian Charlie, but he hasn't answered, so I don't know if he's still here or not. Jillian, are you still here, sir?
Chillin' Charlie, let us. You're welcome, Roger. You're welcome, everybody. Chillin' Charlie, if you're here, please let us know.
And until he does, you can go ahead and do Vixen.
All right, Miss Vixen Doe, waiting so patiently. I do appreciate that. Vixen, I'm going to use the Vampire Oracle for you. That's so funny. My 24-year-old son says that. He uses that goat thing. And I'm always like, I'm the goat. Rap it on YouTube. All right. Mike, I really hope so. We may end up just using that one, Steven. Where we're all up in everyone's business. No, you don't like it? No, me. I'm old. That was my point there.
Mike, you can yell for me anytime. Your numbers I have don't work, so you still have my number. Just yell for me, man. I'm always around. Even when I'm busy, I'll I can stop.
Mike, same thing. You have my number, but I have like 3 or 4 numbers for you, and none of them work. So just reach out. All right. Vixen Doe, the Vampire Oracle. And guys, I'm not ignoring you in chat. I'm just blocking the chat with the cards so I don't get distracted. Because, once it hits like 9:30, I try to move it along a little quicker. Guys, please, please, please try. If you're able to, it's $13.99 paperback, $3.99 Kindle. Buy my book. And if you want an autographed copy, $20 to my PayPal or Cash App, and I will send it right out to you. You got to email me your address if I don't already have it, okay? It really helps me out. I don't have an income right now. So every little bit does help. The ones I all tried, Mike, they're off. And then some of them are just like, oh, the person is not around. That is so funny. Well, Raymond, I'm not in any sort of rush, but if you don't feel like a reading tonight, that's fine too. But don't make it be.
He's next. He's next.
Yeah, don't make it
Charlie
like, because
doesn't answer. He's next.
I'm not in any hurry. I just don't want to keep getting distracted because I do want to, get through everyone's readings. Everyone's been waiting so long. You've been with your what for 10 years? Yeah. I want you to stay. It wouldn't be an oracle without me singing, okay? All right. Vixen Doe, the vampires speak, the card of resurrection, reprise, recovery, and comeback. Like the 9-lived vampire kitties in this beautiful image, you too have more than one chance and more than one life. You have before you at this moment not just a second chance, you have a true new start in front of you. You have a chance to make over your life and rise from what you thought was a stagnant place and have adventures. Recreation. We vampires know only too well what it's like to arise from death, to transform from one kind of being to quite another. The same and so yet changed. Yet so changed. Vixen, you have almost given up on yourself, almost lost touch with your enthusiasm for life. You have thought sometimes maybe this is it and found some kind of comfort in what you call acceptance. But we are here to show you that in front of you, right at your feet, right in this moment, is the chance you have secretly dreamed on for so long. You have the chance to completely change your life. And if you choose to take up the offer of this card of your life being remade and renewed, be assured that the very best of yourself that never had the chance for expression before will now have its moment. But it requires that you arise, shake off the past, and start again. You can be as one who was dead, who was now reborn. This is a wonderful time, Vixen, to look for a new job, make important changes in your home with renovations, or move countries, change careers, and even change your appearance. Naturally, of course. Everything you need to revive and continue with renewed optimism and energy is with you at this time. The vampires, the experts on new life, confirm that it is so. You are about to rise again, and those who will be surprised will be inspired to change their own lives in the places that need it the most. This change can be made, and swiftly. Ask for assistance and it will be yours. Let go now and move swiftly through transition. You may feel that in order to change, you must pretend. We wish you to know that you have many facets to you. This is going right along with the theme tonight of masks in a good way. This new life will bring you astonishing new gifts, and it has come to you for a reason. It is time to make things happen for yourself. Vixen Doe, it is time to actively explore what you have always denied yourself the chance to do. For there is a path clearing before you, but it requires an enormous amount of determination on your behalf. You must remake yourself, look within, and see what has less than satisfied you, and know that something you thought was overdone with and decided is truly about to surprise you. So this is an amazing card. Nikki needs more coffee. Vixen, this is telling you that a dream or, a want, a wish, a hope, something that you've given up on. I feel like I was going to say that you've long given up on, but I do feel like it was recently where you just decided that, like, okay, if it hasn't happened yet, it's not going to happen. I'm just going to accept that in my life and make peace with it and move on. And the universe is saying, no, 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 no. You have to tell the universe that it is happening. There's an opportunity about to come in for you, Vixen Doe, where I feel like it's really going to shock you and surprise you. And it also is going to make you a little bit confused. Like, do I still really want this? I wanted this for so long, but now, I don't have enough money, or I'm not rich enough, or you're second guessing and doubting your dream. And it may not be a huge dream, like to be a movie star, but it is a small part of you that you've held with you for a long time that you've hoped and dreamed for. And I do feel like you're about to get a surprise from someone around you. Like, they are going to come out of the woodwork and help you with this. Your life can change for the better. Again, in a very, very significant way, but in a way that maybe most people won't even notice. But you'll notice this change is for you. This is something that's happening for you. And you do have people around you that will help you, come to terms with the fact that you do deserve this. You've worked really hard. You've come such a long way. Now it's time for you to just relax and sit back and reap the benefits of all of the hard spiritual work you've put in over the past few years. You got this. Really, really great news. Good night, Julie girl. Love you. Really, really great news, Vixen Doe. Abundance and blessing. This is your glow up, your boss up, as I say in the shorts, but you have to be willing to accept that you deserve it. Who's next?
Mr. Raymond.
Raymond. Okay. Sorry about the vaping, guys. I have stuff falling over. Just give me a second. I need more room.
You're complaining about vaping, and here I am chain smoking because I haven't smoked all day, and I come in here and all I want to do is.
Yeah, but every time I vape, it gets so quiet, and I feel like I'm like wasting everyone's time.
Well, I'll put the music on standby, and every time I'll play duck walk.
If I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I don't know why that song's been in my head all night. All right, Raymond, we're gonna do.
You can't hold a ghost.
I really like that song. It's beautiful. You know, I never acknowledged that a couple days before Christmas, a good friend of mine, who I know as Mike with the blue truck or Mike with the cowboy hat, passed away. And I normally acknowledge those things on stream so we can send love and light and prayers. He took his own life. And I never acknowledged him, and it's kind of been eating at me. So please, if you pray, prayers for Mike with the blue truck. And if you just send love and light and peace his way, he's crossed over, he's good. But I acknowledge everyone who passes that are friends of mine or family. So I just wanted to do that real quick, not to dampen the mood. It's not a sad thing. He's on the other side. He's amazing. He's doing great. But just because it just popped into my mind, like, hey, what about me? Being a medium is weird. And making a conscious step to embrace my dreams that I've had for years. Yes! I'm so excited for you. Please let us know how it goes. Please. Raymond, it's so funny. Okay, so, all right. Wait a minute. I have to say a bad word. You got the white-tailed deer. It is the card of pause, asses, and act. But I think it means, you know, donkeys. Yeah, Vixen, wishing you all the luck in the world. Thank you, Black Dragon. I do appreciate it. My son Damien was very close with him. And since he lost my stepdad who raised him and his biological father within 2 months of each other 2 years ago, he's not good. This guy was like someone he looked up to and spent time with. So pause. What am I looking for? White-tailed deer. So that's going to be at the end because W is almost last. A spring peeper. Wow, that's a kind of frog if you guys didn't know that. Why? White-tailed deer. It should be under W, right? I'm sorry, guys. I swear I'm a professional. There it is. All right, Raymond. Odocoileus virginianus. Step delicately and truly, deer advises, trust your intention, intuition, and your ability to move decisively. The first step in taking decisive action is to pause and get the lay of the land. Never one for snap decisions. Deer freezes, feeling into each new situation, reaching out with all of her senses, then steps gracefully and surely into whatever's next. Deer will gift you with self-confidence, especially as you move through life's cyclical changes, those times when one season of your life is ending and another is about to begin. Trust Deer's medicine to help you make a definitive decision and then step into it with grace. So, Raymond, there could be a situation that you're in right now or that you're coming into where you feel like you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And that sucks. But I do feel like in the next week or two, you are finally just going to come to terms with the fact that either way, like neither of these decisions seems like it's the best one for you. But if you follow your instinct and your intuition, whatever you do decide is going to actually turn out to be really, really good for you. I'm not saying it's going to be an easy decision, but it's definitely going to be worthwhile. It's going to be worth the hard work, effort, and maybe even possibly some emotional pain you may have to go through. This is spiritual growth at its biggest, brightest, and best. Raven, once you finally make this decision, you got this. Like you are flying high, so to speak, right? But you do have to make it, because the way the universe looks at it is we make decisions when we learn lessons. Like we learn how to make the right decisions through making the wrong ones, right? I mean, the universe sees it as like when you procrastinate, and trust me, my brain is like procrastinators meeting indefinitely postponed. And it's always like that. I'm such a procrastinator, but not really anymore. I can honestly say the universe looks at it as not making a decision, refusing to decide is deciding, because now you've decided. The universe has to make the decision for you. And guess what? The universe is not going to make the decision that's going to make you the most abundant right now. The universe is going to make the opposite decision than the one you were supposed to, because it wants to throw you back into the whirlwind, put you in a tailspin, so that you can prove that you finally learned the lesson you should have learned last time. Does that make sense? So go with your gut, follow your intuition, make the decision, take the action steps, put the action behind it, and you will be abundant and blessed so well. But if you do nothing and you sit around being like, I don't know, should I stay? Should I go? Should I do? The universe is going to be like, fine. And the universe is going to put you like through more of a dark night of the soul before it pulls you out into awakening. Yes, I need courage to make that step. Yes.
Okay, Melissa Nicole, and I'm going to write her down.
All right, I'm going to use Black Moon Lilith. Don't forget, we have Aerith and Nut Slap too. I just don't want to forget anybody. I don't know why I tell you that. Snow starting in 3 hours. Boot ruining snow. All right, JJ, if you're still here, please let us know. All right, Miss Bacon. Guys, I posted my Black Moon Lilith in Capricorn for y'all. I hope you guys all found yours. It's a really important part of your chart, believe it or not. And mine was so accurate. It's like you're everyone's favorite boss lady who actually despises authority. And I'm like, that is actually me, like literally. All right. Eve, Divine Feminine Awakening, Miss Bacon, card number 14. When you receive this card, it's assigned to awaken to your power. Melissa, we talk about this all the time, and we have been almost every week for at least 3 years. Eve tempted Adam to eat from the forbidden tree, which sparked their awareness of sexuality, good and evil, and initiated the fall of man. Their story could be interpreted as an allegory for human enlightenment, ascension, and the divine feminine connection to the spiritual realm. This card indicates that you are growing into your power as a master creator. Eve is tempting you to tap into the knowledge within you and become like the god or goddess of the earth that you are. The story of Adam and Eve is a famous tale about the rise and fall of humanity in the Old Testament book of Genesis. Eve was born from the rib of Adam, and God told them to eat from every tree in the Garden of Eden. The one caveat was that they were forbidden from eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil on penalty of death. One day, Eve, tempted by a serpent to bite from, it is not an apple, but this is an apple, from the forbidden tree. Some theologists speculate that this serpent was Lilith in disguise. The persuasive serpent said, "For God knows that on the day you eat thereof, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." Eve obeyed the serpent, took a bite, and gave the apple to Adam to eat. They were both punished by God and expelled from the garden. Of course, like with Adam's first wife, Lilith, this creation tale blames and punishes Eve for the fall of man and the first original sin, thereby aligning the feminine with shame and evil. Eve was held up as an example by religious structures to keep women in line and subservient to men. The Eve Oracle wants you to step out of disempowerment and into who you are as a god or goddess of your own reality. Do not be afraid of your power. Take the fruit from the tree. You are awakening and becoming one with your higher self. Melissa, I think that the person, who is it? Adama Cisse, okay? I think Adama Cisse was like, I know Melissa Nicole Bacon, and I'm writing this card specifically for her so Gemma could read it. That is what happened, I'm telling you. Girl, you are not to blame for the fall of this relationship, whatever it may be, okay? I'm going to pretend I don't know. The toxicity, the narcissism, the abuse, the danger, the pain, the peril. Melissa, it's not your fault. Okay? None of it is. None of it. Reactive abuse is not the fault of the victim either. What is your fault, and this isn't a blame game or to shame you, is that you haven't left yet. You have not completely detached or walked away. And I know how hard that can be. I'm not saying you have to pack your things right this minute and run off, but surely in the last 3 years, you've had chances. Again, I'm not judging you. My heart bleeds for you. Melissa, the opportunity is coming for you to walk away, for you to say no more. I deserve to be happy. I can be miserable all by myself and get away from this person. I think I told you last week, it's going to end up being dangerous. I hate giving messages like this. I've got the goosebumps. It's in the air. You have to get out, Melissa, please. There are opportunities around you. I just feel like they all seem so less than ideal because you're comfortable where you are. Now I got to pack my stuff. Now I got to get a U-Haul. Now I got to move into a new home. Now I got to date again. Girl, you deserve so much better. And you are so much better than you're made to feel. I hate this for you. The chance to get out is there. You have to take it, though. Nobody can drag you kicking and screaming away from this. Jarvis, you are? What happened? Please don't tell me that's always been the case and I just didn't know. I saw pictures of you where you were standing. I can't hear you, Stephen.
No, I don't believe he was always in a wheelchair.
Oh, because I said, please don't tell me that's always the case. And you were like, so I thought you were saying to me, yep, it was.
Oh, you was?
It was? I don't know my gemstones.
So I thought that
I'm sorry. I'm not pitying you. I'm saying I'm sorry I didn't know. It's so I could have swore I saw pictures of you standing. I don't know what's going on with me. Who's next? Good night, Richard. Thanks for coming in.
Eris Manning.
Mr. Eris. Eris. I'm going to use, I haven't used this one yet tonight. Let's use the Magical Dimensions, my other new one from my mom. Okay. I didn't know that. I should have known that. You've been with me. You're one of my first ever subscribers. I'm sorry. But it's not something you talk about a lot, so I'll forgive myself. But I do feel bad. I thought you were a freaking gerbil milker, so I guess that's worse. All right, Mr. Eris, let's see what's going on for you. You're so sweet. Jarvis, don't tell the rest of them, but you're one of my favorites. A capybara rancher. Are we being serious? Are we fooling Gemma for the next 3 years? When I first found out that I guess the semantics of it, right? And today I said semantics, and my husband's like, semantics or semantics? And I was like, it all boils down to semantics. The semantics of gerbil milking really didn't make sense, but I trusted you guys. Anyway, manifestation. Someone pulled this card last week too, which is weird because last week was the first week I used these cards, and there's many. Yeah, I mean, either way. Just asking now, so I know the truth. All right. Eris, you did get it. Oh, there is no. Okay, I must have had the deck upside down because there's no shadow. All right. Celestial interpretations. Manifestation resonates to the power of prosperity and abundance. Thriving with positive fortune and magical creation, this sacred ray empowers and reattunes the soul to its internal and external natural state of richness and magnificence. When the soul manifests abundance based upon pure intentions, greatness is born, poverty consciousness is erased, and lasting inner fulfillment is delivered. Your ability to manifest is quote unquote golden. Money flows easily and freely into your life. All that is asked for of you is to keep your energies clear and focus on higher frequencies of prosperity. Aerith, abundance can also be measured inwardly, which inevitably will overflow from the inside out, thus manifesting a waterfall of outer abundance. Remember this. You also need to engage in manifestation exercises on a consistent basis, or has this perhaps been neglected lately? Your companion crystals are very common crystals, citrine and tiger's eye. And your companion essential oil is clementine. Eris, yeah, this is basically just telling you you are a divine being, and right now you are so light and lit up and spiritually on path that you have the ability to really, your manifesting abilities are really, really on point. But if you don't put them to use, then what's the point of having them, right? Sorry, guys, I gotta move this over. How did it fit there before and now it doesn't fit? You, buck-eyed kids. You guys. In the next week or two, Eris, if you do manifestation exercises, if you've neglected them, please start doing them again. And if you don't have any specific like ritualistic exercises, like I do the 5-5-5 method, make sure you remain in a positive mindset about everything. So even I know it sounds impossible, but you can actually train your mind to do this for the most part. Anything bad or negative that you perceive as bad or negative that happened, try to look at it like I'll use my job again. Like I have no income, just woke up, no income, but I do have other opportunities. So what I said to myself was the universe must be taking this huge thing away from me to put something even bigger and better in. And now I'm expecting that. And I've had several small income opportunities like coming in the next couple of months. That doesn't help me right this minute. I have bills bouncing all over checking accounts and $0 at all to my name. But I know that within 2 months, I'm going to have permanent income sources coming in where it's not contracted. So once I turned it around and looked at it as the universe is making room for wonderful new experiences and things and opportunities for me, especially in that area of my life, all of a sudden my phone started ringing off the hook and they all started coming in and people started moving and helping me and doing things for me. Again, it's not an immediate solution. I didn't have someone like lend me money, but I know that this is bigger and better. And that's the situation the universe is showing me for you. You might feel like you're losing something or losing out on something big, but if you can just turn your mindset around and show the universe that you have faith in it and you trust in it, you can manifest literally anything you want. Your energy for manifestation is so high right now. It's going to be like the snap of a finger the minute you turn your mind. It's not going to be instantaneous. Whatever you want is there, but the manifestation process, the universe is going to immediately pay attention, and you're going to start seeing people, places, and things like moving almost as if it were at your will. That's how powerful you are right now.
Okay, next is Nick Y. Good old Nick's next. It'll be Nick. Vera Ray, if you're still here, let me know. And then Chris Jarvis.
All right. So who do we have timestamps for tonight? Nobody, right?
Just Casey right now.
I'll do one for Vera as well.
Okay, if she doesn't answer.
Yeah, if she doesn't answer. I'll try to get through these two because I'm getting tired. All right, Mr. Nikki. I'm using the illustrated bestiary. Use them or lose them.
You're almost done, actually. As for the actual list, you only got Nick.
Vera is here.
Okay. Nick, Vera Ray. We'll do her before Chris because I didn't see her in there. I didn't see her come back in.
That's fine.
And then Nut Slap, Smoochie, Mike Roberts. I don't know if Morgan 5171 is still here, and then Lotro if he's still here.
Okay, that sounds good.
Done.
Let's get through them, Gemma. Nikki, you get creative. The Screech Owl, the Megascops species, clever Screech. Clever Screech Owl has figured out how to get housekeeping service in her aerie. She brings a blind snake, a small creature who feeds on ants and flies, into her nest to eat the insects who would otherwise get into Owl's food stash. Screech Owl is endlessly creative. She'll play chameleon, blending into the trees, her feathers forming a near-perfect imitation of bark. If she wants a little extra camouflage, she'll pretend to be a branch, making herself skinny and swaying gently so she looks just like another limb dancing on the breeze. When you hear Screech Owl trilling her melancholy song, it's time to get clever and creative with life's challenges. Yeah, Nick, you do still have a ton of stuff going on. You're still going through this dark night of the soul, but the good news is we're pulling out of the Mercury lemonade, as you call it. Mercury retrograde is at the shadow phase. It ended on the 1st, but the shadow phase, like at least 2 weeks. Some say 2.5. I give it 2 weeks. You are going to have to start moving forward. I feel like you're stuck because you're like waiting for something to happen and then you'll kind of get into gear, but the universe is saying that is not the way this is going to work. You have to take action. Like you have to take the steps to make something happen. And if you feel like you have like no resource to do that, you have to get creative. You have to make something out of nothing. And the universe would never ask that of you if it wasn't giving you all of the tools that you do need. You just have to recognize what's right in front of you. Stop being so damn stubborn. Believe in the power of the oracle, of the universe, of the messenger, right? You know me personally very for years now. So trust me when I tell you that you have everything you need to make the next move. You just have to trust it and you have to believe in it. And you have to stay away from toxic manipulators. You tend to pull them in like, you know, poop pulls flies. You got this. You got this. And stop putting everyone else first. You have to come first sometimes, even over Natasha sometimes, Nick. Who's next? You're welcome, Eris.
Vera Ray, then Chris Jarvis.
Vera Ray, then Jarvis. Okay, Vera Ray, I'm using El Quay. Colette, she who nurtures. Empathy, gentleness, and insight, Vera. Somehow I accidentally rewound. I was so confused. Mike, you're good. You're coming up in a few. Vera, Colette, she who nurtures, entwines her hair with a soft crown of flowers and leaves. The name Colette means necklace in French. She also wears a delicate gold chain adorned with an amethyst and tiny pink pearls. The soft luminescence of the pink pearls and blossoms reflect Colette's gentle nature and her nurturing heart. Purple amethyst is a stone that promotes healing from grief as well as a sense of balance and peace. On Colette's forehead, it specifies or signifies the third eye chakra, the source of her inner light source and intuition. She instinctively knows what others are feeling, so she's able to nurture those who need her gift of empathy. This card brings a gentle message, Vera, of hope and healing. When you are troubled, turn to those around you and let them see what you need. This is seriously like a theme tonight, too. If you're lucky, you may encounter one of those rare souls who see at a glance exactly what you are experiencing. You will recognize the knowing souls like Colette by the empathic depth in their eyes. Allow yourself to be nurtured back to health and happiness. So you're definitely being too hard on yourself about something. First of all, like you're taking on blame, maybe shame, guilt. There's all different negative emotions on you right now. They're like stuck to you, but they're not yours. You have the energy to just, you have the light, I should say, to be able to push them away. They don't belong to you. These are stigmas, opinions, and thoughts that other people have pushed on you so that they didn't have to be accountable. This is scapegoating at its finest. Vera, I don't know what's going on with you, but I definitely feel like a lot of the negativity, the sadness, maybe even hopelessness, like all of this lower vibrational stuff that you're feeling, you are not responsible for. You're picking it up from other people and they're letting you take it. Most of them know they're doing it. Some of them don't. do you have the ability, honestly, to be vulnerable with the people that you trust and the people that say they love you? You know, instinctually, intuitively, who you can trust and who you can't. So why are you not utilizing that bond that you have with at least one other person and telling them, look, I don't feel too good about this situation. This is how this person just made me feel. Why do you always feel like people are going to turn on you and be like, well, what did you do? Or if you didn't do what you did, that's not what this is about. You have to open up. There is at least one person in your orbit, Vera, where you do have a soul connection and a kinship with. And I feel like you know this, but you're so scared to be vulnerable. You're so scared to open up because you've been hurt in the past. But you have to take that pain with all of the other stigmas that have been scapegoated onto you and say, no, I'm done. No more. This does not belong to me. You're accountable for this. You did this. You took that action. You're accountable for that. You're responsible for this. And then you can even say, I did X, Y, Z, but I did not deserve A, B, and C. Only you know what this is about. But I am telling you, there's one person at least who saw it all go down, who's just waiting for you to open up and say, I need help. I don't feel right. Bring the heat, not the sleep. You know, channeling in spirit, it always energizes me. I keep my bare feet on a grounding mat. That was a gift from my beautiful darling Deb. But at the end of it, I do get really drained because energy, even spirit teams, they're spirit. So they do, not like the dead do, but they do drain a lot of my energy. They refill it with light. So once I turn that off and they're no longer coming in, I'm kind of like OD'd on light and I crash. Who's next?
Christopher.
You know, Melissa,
welcome,
you don't always need closure. You know, even if you feel you need it, you probably don't. Okay. That is just what we are trained to think. And that is our subconscious kind of manipulating us into staying around for the long haul in something we never belonged in to begin with. You don't need an answer. You don't need closure. That's going to be your peace, is understanding that. All right, Jarvis, I'm using the fairy oracle. I personally hate feet. I'm a Pisces sun. I'm supposed to like love feet. I hate feet. I think they're so disgusting. Even like when I get a pedicure, I just, ew. You're welcome, Miss Vera, and Godspeed, good luck. And I'm always praying for you guys. I'm always lighting candles for you guys. I'm always sending light out when I have extra. I'm just always working for you guys. I really am. All right. Jarvis. Card number 25. Again, they don't have titles or labels, so. Oh, of course I do. Yes, but I don't enjoy looking at them. Reevaluation. A baby stands in the water of a lake. The tattered strands of a kite entangle his body. Chris, the kite is heavy and keeps the child from moving on his own. Two swans rush in to help remove the strings, freeing him from his imprisonment. There comes a time in your life when you need to reevaluate your choices in order to make better decisions. That time for you is now. Chris, be aware of what's going on around you. Don't let yourself get caught up in too many things at once. Reevaluate your position and get help from those you trust when you get stuck. So getting help from people we trust, reaching out, asking is so hard for empaths. It really is. And if you're in here, you're an empath to one degree or another, guys. Asking for help is hard because we're always like, I know for me, like I was the hero child. I was the straight A honor roll student, never got in trouble, always followed the rules, always listened. You know, I didn't start using until I was 30 and I went right for the big guy, you know? And that was kind of ingrained in me, even being the youngest, that I had to help everybody else, even including my dad who raised me half my life. I had to save him and take care of him and be there for him and do things for him, cook and clean and, clean up his vomit when he was dope sick. we tend to take that on. And Chris, I feel like that's kind of how so many of us feel. And you're in a situation right now, whether you realize it or not, where you do have people, just like I said to Vera, that are willing to reach out and help you. But most people aren't going to get involved unless invited. You have to talk about what's going on and you have to ask for help. You can definitely, whatever, there's something in your life, like all of us have like at least one thing that is just like, we're like, why is this happening? What can I do about this? This is driving me crazy. Like whatever that thing is where you feel stuck, like this little boy with the kite. It's like you don't know which way to go. You don't know what to do. You don't have an answer. But someone around you does, and they're more than willing to help you make the right decision. Don't repeat past mistakes. I'm hearing that over and over again. Like, do not repeat the mistakes of the past. You could have someone coming in that's trying to like make amends with you. And I feel like if they want to do that and you want to let them, that's fine. But that doesn't mean you have to reconcile. Just, thank you for acknowledging how wrong you did me and goodbye. We don't want to do that again. Juan, I always get very personal. It's actually like, sometimes it's really bad. Like I shouldn't get as personal as I do, but I just feel really connected to my gemstone. So yeah, Chris, you do have an out. There is a way out, and it's through someone that you love and that you can trust. Ghostdragonzw, thank you so much for that amazing super sticker. Definitely appreciate it.
Okay. Your buddy, Mr. Slap, is next.
He goes, who in the hell let a baby stand in the lake near a strange waterfall? Strange things happen in the woods. Well, nut slap, my buddy. That was weird. Good night, Blue Crossroads. I'm going to use Wisdom of the House of Night. I haven't used it yet. Guys, please don't forget to watch the shorts. They're between 15 seconds and 1 minute of your time to watch them. Give them a quick like, leave a positive comment. I would so appreciate it. Chris, you're very welcome. Thank you. And good luck. You got this. You definitely have the ability to get through this. I feel like you're just kind of stunned right now, like spiritually, energetically stunned. And you need someone to help snap you out of it. Don't get re-involved with people who've hurt you in the past. Again, if they want to say sorry and apologize, that's cool. If that's cool with you, but you've moved on and keep it that way. Don't fall back into comfortable patterns with comfortable people, because a lot of the time the people we're most comfortable with are the people that will hurt us the most, make us or break us. All right, I'll try nut slap. Let's see. So many of you are in this glow up, boss up phase and like period, like with this energy around you. And I'm so excited to see you guys grow and learn and change and shine so bright. Max Stacks, hi. All right. Netslap, you got Loyalty, Stevie Ray, and I did read these books. This came from a series of young adult fiction, vampire fiction. Of course, I read it. It's card number 33, which is actually a really good angelic number. You should look that up. All right, and follow the advice of the angelic number 33. You have chosen the symbol of loyalty, and this means you are being called to stand up for who and what you believe in. Do you know the story of a beautiful red vampire who saw the good in another and remained steadfast in her love against all odds? Loyalty is tested at times, and you may be asked to assess whether others deserve your loyalty. Sometimes you find yourself in a position where it's difficult to speak up for another person, a cause, or even for yourself. Now is the time to be faithful to your best qualities and to leave the rest behind. This is a true test of character. I know you will choose rightly. Stand up for what you believe and be loyal only to what is true and good. Nutslap, I feel like you are very, very loyal, and I feel like you're loyal to a fault. So what I'm seeing with this card is not actually you feeling like you need to stand up for someone, or I'm sorry, not actually someone needing to stand up for you, but you needing to stand. I'm so confused. Hold on. You feeling like you need to stand up for someone else. It's not that you don't need people to defend you or be on your side, but I think in this particular situation, it's like you want to say something, but you don't feel like you have the right or you have the power or it's your place. The fact of the matter is, if you see something going on, whether it's with someone you care about or a complete stranger, and it's wrong, you do have the right to speak up. You can do this with kindness and in love. Like we always say, like, you never want to be cruel. You don't want to come off as arrogant, but I feel like you're just sitting idly by. And it's not because you're a bad person. It's not because you don't know it's wrong. Like you don't want to do something, but I feel like there is something stopping you. Like, for instance, just say like you're at work and the boss punches a coworker that you barely know in the face. Like, you know, this is wrong. Like, this is not acceptable behavior, but you don't want to say anything because you don't want to lose your job. It's that type of situation. Like, you're afraid of the penalty on you. The universe is saying, take the chance, step up to the plate and say what's on your mind. It could be, and I'm getting this now, that it's someone about to make a really bad decision and you know that that's what they're about to do. As far as you, it's time for you to worry about what Nutslap thinks, what Nutslap wants, what's the best thing for you, and stop listening to everyone else telling you their opinions and ideas about your life, what it should look like, this is the decisions you should be making. Like, it's none of their damn business. You did not invite any of these people in. And I don't feel like any of these people who are sprouting their opinions and giving you all of this mess are even like they're not even helping you in any way. They're just sitting around passing judgment and telling you what you should and shouldn't be doing. It is time for you to get away from this. This toxic energy has been around you for a while. And again, no judgment, no indictment. Lollipop, sure, but you just have to wait on the list. We're almost done, so no big deal there. Nutslab, stand up for yourself, stick up for yourself, no matter who to. It's not being disloyal to tell someone that you care about or that you're close to that they're doing something wrong or bad. It's actually more protective of them. And you do have the right if you care about them or love them, okay? So don't sit idly by and watch people you care about make bad mistakes. And don't listen to all of the people who, you know, always have something to say, but never actually help in any way. They don't matter right now. You have a decision to make. You need to make it based on your instinct and intuition. Yes, Miss Pixie, y'all all are leveling up. I see it. It's so crazy. Like, the energy in this room the past few weeks has been beautiful and wonderful. Who's next?
Smoochie.
Miss Smoochie girl. All right, Mike, that would be cool. So Lollipop, you'll be on in a minute or two, but I'll call your name so that you know it's your card. Miss Smoochie, I'm going to use Dark Mirror for you. Thank you, Mike. All right, Smoochie girl. All right, Ghost Dragons, that is it. No more comments. It's after 10:30. That way we can leave by 11. This is a great deck. They're not all bad. You
Gemma,
got Triumph. What?
So are you going to take Max Stacks because he came in before that person?
Yeah, I'm saying everyone that's in here now is good. Anyone else that comes in, no good. And just do Lollipop as soon as possible because they're new.
Just do them next because Mike was next.
Okay. Smoochie, you got card number. Go ahead. What?
You're good.
No, I didn't.
No, you're good.
Okay. Smoochie, you got card number 1, Triumph of Lies. Headless mannequins crowd against each other under a cold neon light. They are dressed in luxury clothes and pricey accessories. Among them, one has a crowned skull floating where her face was supposed to be. Not all that glitters is gold. Emptiness is felt when there's nothing under the dress. The Triumph of Lies is about appearance, and appearance is always so important to the world. Day by day, it seems more important. Can that be a lie too? We seek to be what the world outside desires and not necessarily society at large. Our family or partners or friends place judgments on what we should be. Nutslap, I was just saying this to you, so listen up. In the dress we choose, we carve a mask of expectations, behaviors, and values to live by. It offers stability to ourselves and to our relations, as being honest and true to ourselves can be too tiring, too easy to make us hurt. Unfortunately, the relationship with our mask is not as straightforward as it feels. Inside the mask, envy grows, vanity takes root, lack of self-confidence becomes a habit. It gnaws at us and it hurts us from the inside out. It feels like it is It feels like it is ourselves, but it's not really authentic. It's just a lie we have made habit to believe in. When our lives become a gilded cage and our dress become a burden, we should remember that we were born naked. Smoochie, I do feel like there's a lot of confusion swirling around you. I just feel like you don't know like which way to go. You've said before, like you don't know who to trust in your life. And I told you that the universe told you like, follow your gut, follow your intuition. I feel like there's a fear here. It's very strange because it's like, you know what you want, you know what you believe in, you know where you're going, you know, XYZ, but at the same time, there's a part of you, I don't want to say afraid, but there's a part of you that just doesn't feel like saying, that's not what I believe anymore, or that's not what I think anymore, or I changed my mind about that decision. The fact of the matter is, you have the right to your own autonomy and your own decisions. So you should be able to be who you want to be and say what you want to say without fear of judgment, ridicule, or shame. Now, if you say something that's obviously offensive and someone gets offended, that's on you. But if you speak with kindness and love and indignity all the time, you'll be okay. If the person's feelings get hurt, that's kind of on them and the way that they're living their life, right? I feel like you have something to say to someone. But at the same time, you're afraid of what the consequences are going to be if you say it. Here's the advice from the universe. Right, it is on them. Sure. Hi, Emmy. Hi, football. Oh my goodness. It is on them. So I feel like if you have something to say, you should just say it. Just, try to say it in a nice way. And I feel like this is something important that you've been thinking about for a while, but that you don't quite know how to handle. And the universe is saying, you know what? You have it in your gut, in your intuition and instinct. You know exactly, how to handle the situation. And if someone really loves and cares about you, you guys will work it out. You guys will figure it out. If they're not meant to be in your life, and if you really don't care anyway, then good riddance to bad rubbish, right? You got this, Smoochie. So football cat, Emmy Tong, I wasn't going to take any more because it's after 10:30, but Emmy, you're new, so I wouldn't want to leave you hanging, football cat, but then we really do need to round it up, and I'll just quickly go through them. Who's next is Lollipop. Lollipop, hopefully you're still here. I will use, let's do Wisdom of the House of Night again. That felt like a good one. Where did I put it? Oh, I see it. I do own the Britney Spears deck. I have it. Of course I do. I don't use it that much, but I definitely have it. Blue Crossroads bought it for me about a year ago, actually. Lollipop flavored explosion. I can, I will give you everything that I can from one card, I promise. Sometimes we go numb when the pain becomes too much. Max Stacks, yeah, and it actually has some really interesting energy to it. Thank you, Football Cat. I do appreciate that. And it's good to see you. It's been a while. Okay, cool. So Lollipop, you got High Priestess of Fire, and that is card number 5. My child, you have chosen the symbol of the vampire High Priestess of Fire, the goddess of creativity and passion. Whenever she arrives, she reminds you of your ability to create your own reality and to choose how you channel your own energy. If you are restless, call upon the High Priestess of Fire for inspiration and joy, and she will release you from the trap of boredom. Fire brings warmth and light, but it also burns when it's allowed to get out of control. Spend your energy creatively, not impulsively, and guard yourself against burnout. Use your fire wisely and let your light shine brightly. I do feel like that's what happened. There you go. Like you burned out. There's situations in all of our lives. I mean, it happens to all of us. Is very general, but there was something that was just too much. Like it just got to be too much. And you were just like, and it could have been several different things all at once. And you kind of reached burnout with it. Okay. What the universe is saying here is you get to pick and choose what you deal with and how you deal with it. Shutting down and not dealing with anything is not going to get you anything but moving backwards. Okay. Now you have the rights and the universe will grant you, like, take some time in it, take some time not feeling it, but do not get stuck there. In the next week or two, try to process all of the things that have happened, if you take emotion out of it, what does it really mean, right? So for example, say you lost your job and you're very upset because how are you going to pay your bills? How are you going to do? But take the emotion out. What's left? You've got to find a job. That sucks, but you can do it, right? When you take like the anger, the sadness, the pain, the guilt, the shame, the regret, the fear, the love, the hate, when you take all of that out, the only thing that's left is what you have to do next. And that's what the universe is saying. Take a little time to yourself, decompress, reground yourself for sure, get into alignment with your chakras. If you don't know how to do that, they do have like 5 to 7 minute guided chakra alignment meditations on YouTube. I use them. They do work, most of them. If you put one on and it just doesn't feel right to you, just go to the next one. It only takes literally, you have to do at least 5 minutes, but 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 12 minutes, it doesn't matter. Realign yourself. And in the next week or so, take about a week, start dealing with everything and take the emotion out and just think of the action you have to take to get through it. So I'll just say, I'm not saying you were cheated on. I'm using this as an example. You were cheated on. You love that person. How could they do that? You're heartbroken. Take out the broken heart. It's just a person being an a-hole and being a garbage person that you need to, what's the action? You need to get away from them. Forgive them from afar. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them poop. Do you know what I'm saying? I hope you understand this because it is a really important message. Don't live in your emotions. And I'm a Pisces sun and Libra moon. Trust me, I understand the shutting down. I just did it 2 days ago. I admitted it. But we always have to come back from that. We cannot let our lights be dimmed. The collective needs our light too badly. You've got this. You can do this. I believe in you. Your spirit team is right there. Talk to them like they're right next to you because they are.
Okay.
Who's next?
Let's do Mike.
Okay.
And then we'll do Emmy. Then Latro, if you're still here, let me know. And then Black Dragon, then you're quick. You only have KC and Vera Ray if you do those two.
I already read for Vera.
Oh, that's right. So
thank
KC.
you, Lolly. Thank you, Lollipop. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And thank you so much for coming in. I really do appreciate it. I love seeing new people. Mike, I'm using the higher self. I want to see what your higher self has to say. I do not use my Instagram, but because like I don't have the job, I was thinking that maybe this is the opportunity. Like I'm on Rumble now. I have tons of other amazing writing opportunities coming in the next few months. For right now, maybe this is my time to separate my personal and professional Facebooks, get on TikTok, get on Rumble, get back on IG, and move forward that way and push my brand out, right? Because that is my main goal. That's why my merch is so cheap, because I don't really care about selling the merch. I care about someone in California having a Gemma Jade bumper sticker and people being like, who's that? And then they come on YouTube and find me. Do you know what I'm saying? It's more about pushing my name out there. Guys, don't forget my 4th book, Danger at Your Door, Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids, is now available on Kindle and paperback on Amazon. My 2nd book, Encounters with Evil, 101 True and Terrifying Stories, is on sale on paperback right now for like 11 something, maybe even 10 something for the paperback version. The Kindle of the Black-Eyed Kid book is only $3.99. If you want an autographed copy, send $20 to my PayPal or Cash App with, you know, make it say book, because my personal readings also cost $20. You got to let me know what it's for. Email me your address. Guys, my 3rd book, Shadow Entities, Sleep Paralysis and Beyond. The first one, Missing. Guys, purchase my books, please. I do appreciate it. There's going to be a companion book coming out to the Black-Eyed Kid book on February 13th. It's Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids and nothing else. Yep. No, Max, I got you. One more is not going to kill me. I just want to get through them, but I just needed to shamelessly self-promote because I need those books to sell. That's my income. So fingers crossed. Hey, it peaked at number 20. That was pretty good. All right, Mike, you got Let Go. Okay. E comes before I, Gemma. Okay. Mike, you will find that it is necessary to let things go simply for the reason that they're heavy. So let them go. Let go of them. I tie no weights to my ankles. This card brings to the fore the need to let go of someone or something in your life that no longer serves your highest good. Oh, haven't seen you in like 6 months and here we are. I'm only kidding. But there may be a friendship or relationship that needs to end, but you are still holding on, although it is no longer healthful. In this case, you are asked to let go to make room for something better to enter your life. If a relationship has ended, trust that you have learned the lessons from that partnership, and it's time for new lessons to be experienced elsewhere. Remember, the love you shared is never lost in truth. If you are holding on to the past out of regret or due to a very painful or life-altering event, your higher self would like you to try to free yourself by refraining from reliving over and over again your past decisions and experiences. Let go of shoulda, coulda, woulda. The past has become a dark companion in your life, and it's time to leave it where it belongs, in the past. Unburden yourself by freeing yourself from this attachment, or you will carry it like a malignant tumor, which will darken and spread into all other areas of your life. If you are experiencing loss in some way, let what is leaving fall away. Everything is always replaced at some point in time. Keep in mind that your higher self had a plan before your incarnation to take the path and steps necessary for your spiritual evolution. Cycles of loss are included within that very plan, but they are never meant to harm you or impede your growth. Rather, they are placed there to challenge and develop your soul. If you're struggling to let go, just do it. Mike, there is definitely something here that you need to let go of. You've outgrown it. There's no longer space for this in your life. And just like I told Lollipop, it is time to let go, right? It is time to take the emotion out of this. All of the good memories. Okay, yeah, but if the bad overshadowed it, there's a reason that this is toxic right now. And something that turns toxic usually doesn't turn back. Usually. I mean, it can happen. But how long are you going to do this? Don't you want to be in a relationship where it's like reciprocity, where you feel you are safe to be emotionally vulnerable? Where you feel heard and valued and validated? I know that may seem so far off right now, but that's because you're in this darkness of this poop of a relationship that you have both learned everything you've both gotten everything you possibly can out of each other. All that's left now is this toxic bubble. Mike, you don't need this. It is like a malignant tumor and it's spreading. And this person is enjoying every second of it. So do you want to keep repeating the same mistakes? Or do you want to move on and grow and learn and grow in love and in truth? Mike, you have got to be the one to walk away from this. The other person's not going to. They're perfectly fine in the drama and trauma. They're fine with it. I see narcissistic energy, toxicity. This person is garbage. And I'm sorry. I'm not. See what I mean when stuff just comes out? I don't mean that like that came out. I just mean like their relationship with you is garbage and they're feeding into the lower vibrational. They're mean. They're neglectful. They're dismissive. You deserve better. It really is. I'm moving on. You're right though. Yeah, that just channeled out. I would never call someone a name. I didn't mean it like that. I do apologize. I get a little passionate and I get a little caught up. But I care about you. That's why. This has been going on for way too long. There is not a single reason to stay. Not one. Who's next?
Emma. Emmy. Let me get that right, Emmy. Emmy, you still here?
Emmy, if you're still here, let me know and I'll read for you now. Otherwise, we're about to end.
Latra, if you're here. Latra, if you're still here, please let us know.
Sometimes just comes in.
We can move on.
Oh, football cat, that's not cool. I thought you were calling me B. Like, I could feel it, B. I thought it was 1989 for a minute. I'm sorry. I must have opened the door to the past. Okay. Emmy, I am using the Oracle of the Divine Circus for you. Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet.
You got to watch Connor. That she'll pull up that shank, man. And that Jersey shank's pretty sharp. Believe me, I know. It hurts dragon scales.
Got that poison. Okay, so Emmy, you got the Sacred Fool, card number 28. There's much to be said for common sense, practicality, and a grounded approach, especially within spiritual matters and creating a life that fulfills your dreams. But if you are really going to live, love, thrive, and create this lifetime to be original, then you are also going to need to be willing to run the risk of being seen to be the fool. And I just want to say here, like I always do with this card, one of the most amazing, beautiful, lovely, self-conscious, self-hating women in the world that I idolize said, sometimes you have to play the fool to fool the fool that thinks they're fooling you. And that came from Miss Dumb Blonde herself, Marilyn Monroe. She wasn't as dumb as she pretended to be. Some people will call you stupid, naive, foolish, and delusional if you dare to dream and follow that dream in all the ways you can possibly imagine. If you refuse to give up, Emmy, even if others tell you that if it hasn't happened by now, it's never going to happen, then they might say you're a child, silly, disconnected from their idea of the real world. Don't listen to those voices. They don't understand that the power of the fool is the power of truth. In the court, the fool was the one the king would trust and ask for advice. Why? Because he was allowed to speak the truth where others would try to make politically smart choices to win themselves power. The fool just called a spade a spade. When the fool in you speaks, it's to tell you something true. It might seem inconvenient, frightening, or exciting. It might turn your world upside down or inspire you with greater happiness and faith. It's not your job to reason it away or to say that it's too difficult or too dangerous or potentially deluded to act upon that truth. It's your job, Emmy, to remember that the game of life can only be won if you're willing to take the risk and play it. So when the sacred fool is a part of your hand, listen up. Take a chance, take a risk, and forget about what other people think. Instead, listen to yourself and live true to you. Emmy, this is a really powerful card. I don't know why people that claim to love you and care for you would ever want to diminish your light. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry from the bottom of my heart that that's happening to you. I know what it feels like. I think everyone in here does. At some point or another, we all come on this journey. Like you're in this stream right now and you may never come back and you were never here before. But if you were pulled in here, you're being called by the universe to help the collective through self. That means self-care isn't selfish. That means let them think you're dumb. They should have, meaning the people around you right now that are not supporting you or allowing you to be vulnerable and heard. Let them think you dumb. Who cares? Don't let it affect your decision, because this decision you're about to make, your gut is telling you to go one way. Your intuition is like, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Or don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But I think it's more of need to take this opportunity, do it, move forward, go, grow, learn, change. And people are like, you don't need to explain yourself to anyone. Are you a child? No. You don't owe anyone closure. You don't owe anyone explanations. All you owe anyone is your truth. And that's what you owe yourself. Emmy, I don't know what this decision is, and I don't know why you have such toxicity and negativity around you. But if you move forward with this decision based on your gut instincts alone, you are going to come into a place where you are so happy that it seems like you're almost living a different life. You were meant to do whatever this is, 100% guaranteed. But the universe can only do so much by putting the opportunities in front of you, in front of us. We have to actually take the steps and grab at those opportunities, because an opportunity knocks, but it will not kick down your door and it's not going to shoot through your windows. And this opportunity may never come around for you again. It's once in a lifetime. Play the fool. Let them think you dumb. You'll be laughing all the way to the bank, so to speak. You got this. And if no one tells you this, I believe in you. You can do this. You definitely can do this. Oh, Mike, I got you. I know. I know. When I read for people, I feel them. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a very strong connection. I feel like I'm going to cry over Emmy's reading, and I don't even know her. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming in. I'm glad that you did, and I'm glad you were led here, because this is really important. I don't know what it is, but please do it. And please stop back in after you do and let us know how it turned out. Who's next?
Max, Stacks, then Black Dragon, then Casey, then you're done.
Good, because I'm starving. All right, Max, I'm going to use Earth and Bone. You're welcome, sweetie. Now go on to bigger and better things in your power. You got this, girl. You got it. All right, Max, Earth and Bone. Well, Mike, I'm always around. I mean, I'm still flaky with text, but I always do respond eventually. All right, Max, you got the card of flight, card number 28. Opportunity, prosperity, new ventures, and don't wait. Now I'm seeing another theme unfolding here, guys.
Hello, Pammy.
What's up, pancakes? It's either use it or lose it. There's no time to waste. It'll be gone if you wait too long. Take advantage of any opportunity that comes your way. Max, never hold out for a better opportunity. It could lead to more opportunities, lessons, or ideas, but if you don't take advantage of it, it'll vanish forever. I just told Emmy this. Never eat your dessert last. Savor it now, or you may lose the chance to enjoy it later. The present is all we have. Whatever you do not employ, you forfeit. Wow, I really like that. Whatever you do not employ, you forfeit. What you sow is what you will reap. You always get more than you put out, whether it's negative or positive. Now is the moment to start preparing for the coming decade. It's something that everybody can do. Now is the moment to get started so you can reap the benefits later. Now is the time to plant the seeds you want to harvest later. True magic is about encouraging the improbable. Try using incantations or spells to bring things into reality that are already part of your life and routine. I don't recommend that. You can persuade your subconscious mind of unusual things once it believes daily acts are the result of intentions. Prioritize manifesting more likely outcomes before moving on to less likely possibilities. Affirmation: I am present. I focus solely on the now. I trust that my joy is the compass of my correct path. Max, this is like very similar to Emmy's, only like less in your face. This reading is saying you have choices in front of you and you know which one you want to take. So there's really nothing stopping you from taking it except your own procrastination, your own flawed decision making. And that's no judgment. We all have it. We all do it. Max, you have to put the work in and the effort in. And I'm not saying you're not doing that, but I feel like you're still unsure about either a decision you just made or one you're about to make. So you're not going like full throttle into it. You're not diving in head first. You're dipping your toes in. And the universe is saying, no, stop waiting for the next best thing. If you're waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect time, that is now. Because how do you know what's going to come tomorrow? You don't. If there's something you want to do, and you can probably even do it, okay? It doesn't even have to be definitely. Take the steps to at least try. You owe that much to yourself. And it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, says, or feels. Mind over matter. Those who mind don't matter. Those who matter don't mind. Meaning, the people that are really your crew, your tribe, that care about you and love you will want to see you happy no matter what decision you make. And if you fail, they'll be there to pick you up. The people that are going to complain, that don't like your decision, don't want to talk to you anymore, good. That means they didn't belong in your life anyway. They're not supportive. Get out. They're toxic. Boy, bye, girl, bye, bye, bye. You got this. I believe in you. I believe in all of you guys. You guys all got this. Aw. Well, Mike, you're not stupid. I think you just needed time. And maybe it was better that way while you went through all that. And now you can come back in and reconnect.
Do you want to borrow my hammer, Mike? We can pound some sense back into that if we need to. I do it all the time.
This is the right moment. Drop kicks, Mike.
Where's the chair? Where's the chair?
Who's next? I'm starving.
The Black Dragon, and then Casey, and you're done.
You're welcome, Max. Black Dragon.
Real quick while you're doing that. Football Cat, I've been in a lot of chats lately, and it's been really bad. A lot of people, I don't know what's wrong with people lately, but I have seen some stuff in some chats. In fact, I have personally stayed away from a couple streams and just kind of ghosted because of the things that are being said in them. So just play it off and let it go.
The only live streams I go into are I'll go into pit chat sometimes. But I go into Steven's streams and that's it. That's my channel. And the reason I don't have time, but also because like I feel safe here. And I want everyone in here to feel safe. And we all work really hard to make sure everyone does stay safe. So like when a new person comes in, we're very suspicious until they speak to us. But we do that for a reason so that you can come in here and not have to deal with any of that ever. I don't ever want anyone in here to feel bullied, less than, or anything like that. I want you guys to leave here feeling amazing and great and like your time was well spent with me.
There's a reason why they call me Guardian of the Gemstones. I'll boot your butt right out if you talk crap.
We are almost at 4 hours. I'm tired. If you guys,
it's been a while though. It has been a while since you've gone this long.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you guys can donate, please do. PayPal, Cash App. If not, it's perfectly okay. I get it. I love having y'all here. The men here are so respectful because they're light workers. That's why. That's the big difference is when light workers are aware of their light, they're different men. And that's the blatant God's honest truth. When light workers are aware of their light, they tend to be better quality people. And I'm not putting anyone down. I'm just... No, Deb, I actually haven't seen you do anything except say, can you see my comments?
No, Deb, I didn't see. I was too busy watching people coming and going, checking the chat and watching who's in and out of the stream because I can see who comes in and leaves and all that.
Yeah, I don't see everything, babe. I would never ignore you on purpose. You know that.
No, I don't know if it went through or not. So, because when you donate those memberships, it just randomly picks people. So,
yeah, there should be a way you can designate it, but as far as I can tell, there's not. Oh, my stomach is yelling at me. All right, Black Dragon, you got the fairy card. Food dogs.
Football, you're all good. You're fine.
Yeah, I'll get that right on the 21st with my paycheck. It helps out so much. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. And even coming in here and hanging out for 4 hours, that's a long time to spend on someone's live stream. That is tremendous. And that's really good for me in the long run because it helps the algorithm. So like I always tell you guys, if it's not money, your time is just as valuable. Your positive comments, your likes, and your views. That really lifts my channel up. All right, let me get done here. Fairy in the upright position. Black Dragon, only children and some gifted adults are able to see fairies. Drawing this card may signify a person with such a gift. One who can see fairies is fairy-like themselves, as they live in a world of magic and enchantment. Their world may be mystical and spiritual, being that the fairy realm has traditionally been regarded as the realm of spirits. They believe in magic. Things that most people find mundane, they see as magical, and no argument from skeptics will persuade them to see otherwise. This is because magic is something that exists in the eye of the beholder. The magic that the fairy sees is real, as the life that she lives and the world that she perceives is just as legitimate as anyone else's. With the gift of fairy sense, as described above, an individual possesses an extraordinarily vivid imagination. This will qualify them as an intuitively creative person, perhaps a talented storyteller or artist. They may even be psychic or clairvoyant. They may have a fascination with topics such as astrology, divination, or dream interpretation, and may be particularly skilled in working with these areas of interest. The fairy of folklore is forever young, the human fairy young at heart. They will appear to others as joyful and lighthearted. They are curious, playful, perky, and unique. For everything they experience, they are like a child full of wonder. This wonder may be contagious and inspirational to those around them, yet some people may find it annoying. Not everybody understands or appreciates fairies. To many, the fairy comes across as being loopy or spacey. To them, her world of magic is just a la-la land far removed from reality. Indeed, living in a different world can have some serious disadvantages. Disconnect can be disadvantageous for the fairy socially and professionally. For this reason, drawing the fairy card can possibly be a warning sign, Black Dragon, that you need to act more like an adult, at least for a period of time. It may be time to come back down to earth in order to be taken seriously professionally or simply to respect the feelings of others. I just feel like maybe, Black Dragon, you're in a position or you're about to be where, Paranormal Pixie, it's the mythical creatures deck, where your beliefs, I feel like, are just being questioned, could be being mocked. Ew, I have a hair on my mouth. Okay. That's what lip gloss does. And I feel like there are people who just don't understand. And I feel like this is a good thing for you because it's time to like break that bond, like break off these situations, these relationships, these friendships where people don't understand you. How can you possibly share of yourself, share any part of you, when the people you're dealing with don't even believe in the same things? I had this problem my whole life. Gemma land. People would say I lived in Gemma land, Gemma world. And I did. I saw ghosts, for crying out loud. But I finally met my people who I can be open with and vulnerable with. And I feel like you need more of that physically in your life. So if there are people that are constantly questioning you, constantly putting you down, making snarky comments, I would just walk away from them. Okay. There's no need to defend yourself. There's no need to defend your beliefs. You're having a good time. You're living your life. You're being you. And yeah, you are covered by fairy energy and fairy magic, and you probably have some fairy blood, but that's not surprising for someone in here, especially someone so close to the group as you are, and you've always been. So don't explain your beliefs. Don't try to convince others that it's real, whatever this is. It's yours. You deserve to have it. Your belief system, it's your right. You have the right to speak your mind as long as you're not being cruel and don't have bad intentions. And I feel like this is a good way for you to figure out who you should be around, who should be in your life, who should have access to you, and who shouldn't. Not just believing in fairies, but your beliefs in general, things that you think, that you say, that you feel. People are running around getting offended. Let them. You're not acting offensively by believing something different. Mike, love ya. Hit me up anytime. And of course, we all have a pixie watching over us. My sister from another mister. All right. So are you there, Pixie? It's me, Black Dragon. Exactly. So KC now, or? All right.
Yes, you are done.
Okay. I'm going to use the Destiny's Portal. It's been so long since I did a whole 4 hours. I'm really excited. Everybody, thank you so much for coming in. Please don't forget my new book, Danger at Your Door, Encounters with the Black-Eyed Kids. The companion book will be out on February 13th. But for now, it's on Amazon, Kindle, and paperback, $13.99 or $3.99. Guys, please purchase the book. If you don't have the Shadow Entities one, Shadow Entities, Sleep Paralysis, and Beyond. Book number 1, Missing the Fae Theory, about fairies and their connection to the missing in the woods. And book 2 is a book of short stories, Encounters with Evil, 101 True and Terrifying Stories. It's on sale right now, paperback on Amazon. KC, you got Nightfall. Come on. Nightfall. There we go. A tremendous loss. I'm going right for the oracle message. A tremendous loss or longing casts darkness over your life. It feels as if all the color and joy is gone. You're waiting for its return. Sadly, though, it seems that whatever it is will not return soon enough. The pain and disappointment must run their natural course. You can't rush healing. It's time to stay with your loss, honoring and acknowledging that which is gone. But know this too, life will beckon again, and you'll eventually be able to answer its call and begin your next cycle. So Casey, this is pretty basic, right? I didn't read the history of Nightfall, but I did read the oracle message. And what this is saying is you're allowed to feel what you feel, right? And just like I said to Black Dragons and so many other people tonight, nobody else has to understand it. Only you do. You have to work through it and get through it. And if you have people to lean on, all the better. I feel like something major, I don't feel like it just happened. It could have, it definitely could have, but I feel like it's something that you've been holding on to for a really long time. And this is where life is beckoning again. And I feel like you know this. Feeling reinvigorated, rejuvenated, excited again about life and living and moving towards your goals and your dreams. It means something to you again. And I feel like you really have to choose who you want to be a part of that so you don't get sucked back into this never-ending mourning a loss cycle that causes so much anger and pain and confusion, causes you to not be who you truly are in yourself. Your light dims, and sometimes it even turns dark. But it's shining really bright again, Casey. Life is beckoning you back. Your instinct, your intuition are telling you which way to go, what to do. You got this. Please pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get back on that horse. You have so many things that you still have to accomplish, and you know that. And all of your dreams can come true if you turn the negative to a positive. A great loss that you're mourning for so long, of course, you're not going to find the positive in that. but you can grow through what you go through and understand that everything does happen for a reason, even if we don't understand those reasons, and that the universe does have your back. Nobody gave up on you. Nothing gave up on you. And those that did, good riddance to bad rubbish. Again, I say, Casey, it's time for you to start living your life again, and it's time for you to start chasing your dreams. So take the first step. Don't ask for advice. Don't ask for help unless you absolutely need it, because I'm telling you, your spirit team is so excited. They're glowing so bright, like ready to just pull you forward. You are not going to need to ask anyone for anything. You have everything you need right in front of you. You just have to get up from this. Guys, I am out. I am so hungry. Don't forget my book again on Amazon. Donations to PayPal and Cash App. So greatly appreciated and very much needed. Thank you all for hanging out for so long. Those of you that have been here, all of the new people that came in. Guardian, Jackpot, we're ending, but it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Guys, please, please, please watch the shorts. Give them a like and a positive comment on the ones you can comment on. The only comments I turn off are the lip singing ones because people are cruel. Other than that, leave your comments. Let's chat. Let's talk. I do love you guys tremendously, and love and light, blessings, peace to all of y'all. I will be on the Paranormal 60 on YouTube with Dave Schrader from the Travel Channel, our buddy Dave, on Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern time. I would love to see all of you guys there. As many of you that can make it. It's an hour-long show. We're going to be talking about the Black-Eyed Kids and the new book, and I'm really excited. So, guys, thank you so much. Bye-bye. Whoops.